And while it was very close, the Dire Lord ended up just ooching it out between the Dire Lord and the Paladin when it all kind of came down to the final vote. So Dire Lord it is. By the way, welcome YouTube. Welcome. So today, we are hopping back in. In. And I hope you guys are ready. Because I'm going to tell you one thing. Yesterday, we had one death. And granted, it was because of a DC, a disconnect. But still, it was terrifying. It was heartbreaking. It was heavy. So it just kind of bodes to the fact that you just know this is going to get pretty serious. Going to get pretty serious once we get into the heat of things a little bit. So, but yeah, we're getting back on Deathless. If you are available and you want to get in on this with us, this is open to everybody, anyone and everyone. We're on Haven Song. We're usually on Stormona, but for this, we're on Haven Song. We're right at level 5. So create a character, log in. If you're not level 5, start leveling up. And then if you don't end up in a group spot on this stream, as long as you can match the level of the group, then next time we do it, you'll be in the mix. Yeah, dude, Andrew, for sure. For sure. I would love for there to be a hardcore server. Server that just initiates this rule set automatically. Yo, what's up, Tango? Fet, good to see you, Skiatch. If you want to be part of it and you want to get in the guild that we're using to kind of communicate and keep track, just send me a tell, and I'll get you in. There we go. There we go. So last night, at the very end of the stream, we made our way over to Avelia to kind of set the stage for the start of this stream, because what would be ideal is to get a little bit of gear so we can get a little bit of survivability. Oh, cool. So what would be great is if we could actually try to take on some bandits. Did I get my tools? No, I did not get my tools. Of course I did not get my tools. Let me do that. Boop. 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 Okay. What's up, Sergio? Good to see you. All right, we got our gathering tools now. Beautiful. Okay. All right, let's get our group formed. We've got... we have here. You want to see a super slow XP server? Okay. Okay, we need So we're definitely going to get the cleric and the enchanter. Actually, we might. Let's see. Glorf, blood pack, and perfect. We have a perfectly full group. Beautiful. Yes, yes. Another prediction for level 10 indeed. Hold on. Okay. There it is. Predictions started. Will Joppa make it to level 10? All right. Well, are we ready? Are we ready? Actually, slide this over a bit. Let me. And we'll do. Something like that. Okay. Banking and making a bag. Got it. Let me actually go sell as well before we go. Greetings. Sure you don't see many ogres in these parts. Got 1 silver, 55. I don't think that's enough to get another spell. I don't even know if we have another spell. Cloth boots and gloves crafted. Oh, you have a rusty? Yeah, I'll take an offhand axe for sure. I'd love to get dual wield going here. Hey, Joppa, been a bit since I tuned in. How has momentum been for the Pantheon the past 4 months? It's been fantastic. We are careening towards our spring update, which is very, very dense. Very dense. Yeah, it's been going really well. Excited to start showing off some of that progress that we've been making behind the scenes. We've had a heavy focus most recently on the new Nightfall Crypt that just came out and the Summoner class. But man, the stuff that we have coming up for spring is hefty indeed. So, okay, these are all the same. Here, whoever gave me the axe, take it back because I don't need it. I already got an extra one. Who was that? Was that Charmy Smurf? There you go. You can use that for some monies. All right. All right. No, Schnoz, that is not fake news, actually. That is real. That is real news. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Let's just kind of inch our way over here, huh? If we can do these bandits, these lower level bandits over here, we can hopefully start getting a little bit of gear. And that would be nice. You got that, Glorf? You got it. Everybody together? We all good? Okay. I see 5 of us. Where's our 6th? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Can't leave anyone behind. Can't take anyone for granted. I think it's Blood Pack guy. Oh, you're on your way. Okay. All right, we're good. Let's just go ahead and head over there, and he'll join us. Nothing too dangerous in this stretch, so we should be good. What's going on, Hellgear? Did you say, oh man, every time I open your stream, things look a little better? Yeah. We'll see. This is we're doing a hardcore deathless run right now, so we'll see how things go. What's up, hey buddy? What's going on, Dennis? Welcome. Welcome. Am I gonna be an armor weaponsmith? I don't know. I haven't really landed on that yet. All right, Blood Pack guys with us. I think we are all present and accounted for, guys. Yeah, Glorf, you want to just pull something and we'll see how we go. This could be it, guys. This literally could be the end of the run right here. So far, so good. Okay. The tone is set. Come here. I have a 40 rogue and a 42 maintainer itching to play but won't do it till after reset. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Boom. Get a little bit of... Oh. Say I was gonna mine a little ore, but then nah. Oh. There's the sewing needle. Anybody need that? Want that? I'm sure it's something that we all need and want, but get it. Glorf, you probably could use it more than the rest. Is that trade skill related? Shadowy Maven. Yeah, crafting quest. This is going smooth, guys. Almost level 6 already. You know? Magic defense is going up. Numbers going up. Everything's pretty chill. Haven't had an ad, you know? Oops, wrong button. Pretty chill. This is self-enforced A-trap, yeah. We do plan to have parkour rule sets, whether that will be like a command or like an NPC that you talk to or something on any server, or you know, having like a server dedicated to the rule set. We'll see, but yeah. Come on now. Focus on me. Cha. You predict the first death here for someone soon? Lone Dog, that's pretty intense. But I appreciate the honesty. I respect the honesty. I respect it. Maybe getting to the 2+ pulls shortly. All right. Well, hold on to your butts. I really need my You foresee it as well, Makasuro? Okay. Good. Good. Glad everyone agrees. I'm interested to see, you know, I've played quite a bit of Warrior. I've played Paladin up to... Paladin doesn't really count. I played Paladin up to, I think, like 15 or 16, but it was mostly solo. So I feel like Warrior is definitely the main perspective that I have on tanking so far. Like deeper perspective. So it's going to be really interesting seeing how the Dire Lord feels comparatively. I'm especially interested in Provoking Phantoms and how that feels, because I remember when I was coming up with that idea for that ability that we were talking a little bit last night. We were having a little bit of the discussion with Chad about like actions per minute and passive versus active gameplay and things like that. And I was wanting to experiment with a little bit more of like a passive. I'm going to get on the, yep, perfect. Shadowy Thug. Very good, very good.
I believe a hardcore death at this camp was prophesied. The question is, who has been marked by destiny to meet their fate here?
Well, it's definitely not going to be me, because I am the least distracted out of everyone. You know? Ding! Meet their fail. Yes. Okay. So far, so good. Possibly 3, apparently, with the next pull. Yo, Joppa, the new Xbox Helix will play both Xbox and PC games. If you want more players in Pantheon, take this opportunity to start working on controller support right now. Heard. Okay, here we go. Maven it is. Maven it is. DL is cruise control compared to Pally for aggro. It's pulling teeth to keep aggro as a paladin and hardly a challenge at all in the Dire Lord. Pally is 50 and Dire Lord's 39. Okay. I'm really curious to see how it feels compared to the Warrior. Especially when there's like multiple things needing to be tanked at once. I second slow XP server with harsh penalty. I leveled up to 36 and oftentimes would camp one area a ton for one specific drop only to find I outgrew so many other areas. Yep. Got a dagger here. Wristy dagger. Oh yeah, no, Papa Heels. I think there's a difference between making it for consoles and having decent controller support. How often do you really need to take two things, tank multiple things at the same time, though? Everyone basically just CCs extras. I've been in a few groups where I was needing to chase down and get the attention of things, for sure. It's not every group, it's not every time, but yeah. Yeah, like the NFC run we did, the Nightfall run we did the other day, was me and a pally, no CC, like no CC at all. We had, what, 2 summoners, a warrior, a paladin, and then a shaman and a... Uh-oh. Oh, we got hot shot. Which one are we mezzing? Which one are we mezzing? What are we mezzing? I'm getting on hot shot. Let's mez the Maven. This could be the end. This could be the end. Using my cooldown. Yo! Oh my goodness. That was something. Woo! I think we recovered. But we can't do that again for 30 more minutes, okay? Oof. That was wow. Okay. What did she drop? Magic resistance earrings. All right. I mean, not bad. Not bad. I don't know if it's just me, but on my PC controller already works. Don't know how much more support there is though. Yeah, well, I know there's people that play Pantheon on Steam Deck already. And I know people have gotten the controller to work with Pantheon as well. It's more just taking some cues from like Final Fantasy XIV and some things that allow for a little bit better controller mapping and just improving that experience overall. So, yeah. Are we rolling on these ears? I'm gonna loot them so we don't lose them. Oh, Masked Bandit, another named. Or I should say an uncommon mob, uncommon NPC. I'm not. I'm just saying their Final Fantasy 14 had good controller support. That's all I'm saying there. I wasn't saying anything about the game. Trust the Heart. Hey, what's up, Essential? Trust the Hardcore run's going well. It is so far. Yes, so far. We almost died just now, so that was something. That was something. That was very close. Is this a phone game? No, it is not a phone game. At least, not that I'm aware of. Alright, Maven coming. Yes, not a phone game, a fun game. Indeed. Is there any chance we can decrease the Teldator spawn timer until the spring update, maybe even drops ×2 with TD's ever expanding loot table? It does feel like whack-a-mole with drops sometimes. Loving the new items, by the way. Nice. I'm going to say probably not, just because... And the main reason is just because we are avoiding any other patches or updates until spring. Until the spring update, because we have to start like now that the most recent patch is out, now that we've hotfixed a couple times and everything's stable, it's like we are flooding the builds now with like massive changes for spring. So it's pretty much at this point not something that can mingle with live anymore. All right, here we go. But that's good news, because that just means we're getting all the closer, right? Like now it's like the all the work that's been being done in the background is now actually part of the code base. Like the actual like game code base it's been what do they call it? The branch, the side branch where all the work was happening has now been brought into the main branch. And of course that's what needs to happen in prep for, you know, getting the PTR out the door, where you guys will be able to start testing the new stuff and everything. So we're cooking. I heard a ding. Is Pantheon live now? I haven't been following last year. Stenarier, it's we've gone into early access. You can pick up the game on Steam, and it's currently in early access. We're planning a wipe and a full reset in the spring. We've been up in early access for, you know, it'll be about, been going over a year now. Got a wipe coming up in the spring. Massive update to coincide with that. Lots of new systems and improvements and various things. So if you're interested in like getting back in, that would be the time to do it. Phoenix, you've probably been asked a lot, but do you think Charm will be a thing by spring, wipe, summer? Yes, Charm will be coming in spring. Yep. Oh, I would say we've. I mean, it's hard to put it in those terms, Schnoz. But I know you're not looking for like some super accurate. But I would say, you know, Let me think about it a little bit. I would say we've at least, I don't know, doubled our overall speed, if not nearly tripled, I guess, because of the just the various coverages that we've been able to hire for. But I'm not really a numbers guy, so you know. That is that's just my best off the cuff. But suffice to say, yeah, we are massively accelerated. Bandages. Yes. Congrats on ding, by the way, whoever dinged. We're cooking. Oh, we're cooking. How does it feel playing a big class like Ogre? It's very different, Motive. It's very different, but I like it. I really like it when like one of the things that's gonna make me want to play an Ogre is like if it's a class that can wear heavy plate, and once like heavy plate, you know, starts getting in, because aesthetically heavy plate's just gonna be so cool. And you're gonna look like a freaking tank. Like you're gonna look like a living, moving tank. Any idea when Haste will be back in the game for PCs and pets, not just NPCs? It'll be in the spring. Yeah. And an updated, improved Haste. Well, hey there, little guy. Oh, little rat. 1 dex waste leather. You go ahead and keep that blood pack, guy. Is our roguey rogue. Yo, Decos! Been good, man. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. The 15 months of support, that's awesome. Really, Black Fox? That's not good. That would... Oh! Hot shot in the house. Here we go. Lock in. I want Vital Cage.
Related. Related.
Okay, hot shot down. Definitely not as bad when you just have one, you know, you don't have a Maven blasting you in the face. Okay. Yeah, Black Fox, that's not cool. Like the hitching like that would be kind of a showstopper for me. I can't stand hitching. I wonder what caused that. How much RAM do you have, Black Fox? Oh, I guess I should go ahead and... I'll go ahead and keep the first earring, and then whoever wants +5 magic resist earring, grab that one. $32 gigs? Okay. I mean, yeah, that should be enough. For sure. Hey, Joppa, me, my girlfriend, my brother, and a friend we made last year on Pantheon are really hyped to get back into the spring wipe. Just wanted to say love this game and appreciate your hard work. Bro. Simbril, thank you. Simbri, sorry. Simbri. That's really cool to hear. Cannot wait to see so many of you jumping back in the spring. It's going to be so fun. Tree rat, nice. Yep, welcome. Oh, we got the Gladiator's Guard off the Masked Bandit. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Is there any intention to revamp the shaman at this time? Necro slows and dots better. Druid heals and nukes better. What's left on the shaman? There is, Chad. Yes. Shaman is getting a pass come spring as well. Absolutely. We want each, we want the healers. The cleric, the shaman, the druid, all three need a pass to make sure that they each feel like they have their place and that they bring unique things to the table. Support is always a little tough because you want to make sure that it's not so heavily stacked in one place in one class that nobody else feels like they're needed. And I think shaman have definitely been dialed back a little bit because they were for so long so good. Like they had so much coverage. But yeah, I think they need a little love as well. Plus they just need the rest of their kit filled out. So they'll definitely be getting it. Nice, Moonstar. That's cool. Love it. I'm curious. I'm curious what we'll see the biggest population surge for Pantheon. If it's going to be the spring wipe or if it's going to be Bard. Like thinking of like pre 1.0 launch population surge. I wonder which one's going to be bigger. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. All right, we got two. Sorry. I saw it last second. Sorry. All right. Okay, Mez Maven. Get on Bandit. There we go. Woo! Woo. I gotta be careful there. That's a good way to wipe a group right there. Ding! Level 7. Woo. I know, group tagging. We need group tagging in so bad. I'm so ready for that. My goodness. Ginjan with the 30 stream streak. Yo. Thank you, Ginjan. Thanks for being here. That is awesome. What's the team's internal date for spring update launch? I can't tell you that. Black Fox. Yo, nice. +1 dex. A little bit more AC. Hey, Joppa, are you going to see a patch update before spring for the summoners bugs like the non-critting dots and the grouping issue where our dots do not stack and the global cooldown issues at higher levels? Typical Rick, unfortunately, probably not. I was just saying this earlier. Once after the last hotfix that we did, once we established that things were relatively stable, even though, yes, a few bugs notwithstanding, we need to go ahead and internally merge all of the Spring Update branch code and updates that we've been doing into the actual, main branch, so that we can lock in and the sooner we do that, the sooner we get to the point where we can get the PTR up, and it's just so there's definitely more things we'd like to get in, more things we'd like to fix, but I think that's going to be the best call. Hold on one sec. All right, I'm back. I thought that was an NPC, but that's Glorf. All right, we're rolling again. Why do I keep attacking a small brown rat? What is going on here? Where is that thing coming from? It spawns right at my feet. Good. Okay, so one question I have is, should we... I definitely have enough cash for... After next pool, I might run up and just grab some spellies. Yo, Albatross. Thank you so much, my friend, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When can you show us a real mastery wheel or whatever? I feel like we're getting pretty soon. To the point where we can do that pretty soon. Yeah. I think I think they're shaping up to be pretty cool. Pretty cool. When is 2 weeks after the team's internal date? Okay, well let's do once okay, after this next pool, let's go do our spells. Oh, you want to get to 8 first? We can get to 8 first. That's fine. I think at this point we're good. I'm not too worried about like Vital Cage would be cool, but I think at this point we're good level wise, that we're doing okay here. We need to think about where we're going to go next, you know? Where would we want to go after, like once we hit level 8, we might want to be thinking about somewhere else, yeah? Do we dare do Goblin Caves? Or is that just like silly talk? Okay, I got exposure. I can go ahead and I can be putting that on the targets if we want. If no one else is. So Invis going to stay wonky until spring update. I think Invis is actually now much closer to what it was intended to be with the last hotfix on it that we did. I don't feel like it's wonky. It's just going to take some getting used to. It does not preclude that we wouldn't potentially have, you know, upgraded versions of Invis that, you know, could be a little bit more stable or whatever if we feel like we need to. But ultimately, I think Invis is in a much better, much closer to intended state now. Yeah, we could do skellies. Yes, swag. What you said, 100%. Mm-hmm. What's Ogre IQ gonna be like? Big, dumb, slow, or just big? Well, on the whole, our ogres, like if you have the EQ come from, our ogres are not quite that dumb. But there is kind of a range. There are definitely some that are. But that's... Our ogres are a little more warlike, a little more, you know, tribal warlike. And, pretty darn good at it. Yes. Yeah, Jaskar alerted me to the fact that they've actually walked back their policy. So now you can, in fact, display Twitch and YouTube chats combined. So I am going to be moving to that shortly. Can you explain how the current enchanter invisibility determines when it will fade or not? It does a check every so many seconds. And if it ends up rolling a fade, it will shift to the fading invisibility. So the red fading invisibility is still invisibility. You are still actively properly invised. It's just it's what's alerting you to the fact that your invisibility is failing. So you have an 8-second window at that point to get out of line of sight, get away from enemies, and you can re-invis if you want, or whatever it may be. Is Invis Link affected by your skill in that type of spell? No, not currently, but that's something with our skill updates that we're doing for the spring. Yeah, the skill, it may not affect the duration of invisibility, but your skill will definitely factor into the chance of breaking. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 8 seconds is the window that you have once Invis starts to fade. you have an 8-second window before it fully drops. So that's kind of your warning time. That's your window to do something about it. Do ogres speak in complete sentences? For the most part. You can definitely tell that it's like ogreish, but yeah, for the most part they do. Over 12 years of developing and still in early access. Yeah. I mean, MMOs are the biggest, broadest, hardest games to make. And when you're doing it, you know, I mean, we've seen MMO studios with hundreds and hundreds of people and hundreds of millions of dollars take, you know, upwards of 8, 10, 12 years to complete. When you have a small team and you've been working with limited resources over the years, absolutely it could take that long. And it all depends on what you're trying to do too. You know, the more simple, the more simplistic, the faster it can get done, obviously, but there's definitely a bottom line pretty much regardless when you're making MMO. They're just really difficult projects. We've got a +1 stamina cloak. I'm gonna yoink that. I'm just yoinking it. Yes, casting again would break. So with Invis, yeah, you can't just cast it again as soon as it stops fading, because it'll break your fading Invis and make you visible. Yeah, so it feels very much more like what it felt like in EverQuest, which is, I'll say it again, our true north. With a lot of things. Unless you're a necro with Circle of Shadows, yes. Unless you have an item-based clicky, that is different. Yes, indeed. Pre-nerf Circle of Shadows, I might add. Guys, we're sitting so pretty right now. I've almost forgotten that we're like on a hardcore run. I'd almost forgotten. Am I speaking prematurely? Maybe. Yes, famous last words. Scars of Honors collab. I don't know. We have got to find, this week is bad for me with everything we've got going on, so we keep doing this switcheroony. He's getting busier too. So it's like we had this little window where we're like, we're gonna do this, and then we just haven't found a good time to make it work. So I will definitely let you guys know and put it on blast once we have something locked in. Yo, Snickerdoodle. Any update on PTR and if spring update will be indeed in spring, i.e. before June 21st? Yeah, spring update will be in spring. And, oh, we got some leather boots here. Fitted banded boots. Warrior monk. We want to roll on these boots? Let's roll on the boots. +1 agility. I think that's everybody in the group that can wear these. Monk, rogue, cleric can wear, I believe. No, they cannot. Never mind. I will put them on. Are you able to shed any light on the next steps to get to PTR and/or spring release? What drops indicate forward progress? I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to. Not yet, anyway. We touch base on it pretty much daily. I can say that. I was saying earlier, we did hit recently kind of a pretty important milestone with getting this last patch finalized, because in terms of like its hot fixes and stuff, so that we can just lock off any further need to patch live, so we can merge in the spring update branch with the main branch and start, you know, basically just getting everything rolling. So definitely, you know, there will be updates on it soon as far as next steps and what to look for with PTR, but I don't want to put out any info like that here and now. Yo, what's up, B-Pelt? Good to see you. Yo, what's up, Hale? Yeah, this is self-imposed hardcore. We don't have like a rule set for it yet. Yo. Yes, T-Chief, we do, for sure. For sure. What is that? Rusted hoop. Ooh. A little bit of AC. 61 AC. What are the general hardcore rules? So, general hardcore rules, let's see. Hold on. I'll pull them up and I'll read them. Basically, if you, I mean, the main kind of rub is if you die and you cannot be rezzed, like if you have to release, then you're done. Character is deleted. No all twinking, buffing, power leveling, anything like that. Getting gold from higher level players, anything like that is forbidden. We have to fully run in and fully run out of anywhere that we go, so we can't use like stuck bind. We can use ports, like actual class abilities like gates and things like that are okay. We just can't use the stuck bind command. All crafting and all gear that comes through crafting needs to be legit and kind of group rot or whatever. We don't penalize deaths by bugs. So if you die because of a bug, you're done or you're not done. Welcome, Banbury. We are allowing players who are playing catch up because, like, not everybody obviously can fit in the group when we do the stream play. So if you're not in the group while we're playing, whatever level we end up at the end of the stream, as long as you are playing and like keeping up with the group, you know, within a level, like you can be a level below, level above, but it has to be, you know, within a level of the group, then you'll be able to group up with us. Like, it's open to anybody, and we just kind of throw a group together when we stream. I mean, maybe we'll get to the point where there's like, it's more organized or something, but it's meant to just be open to anybody. Group will rotate. If you're catching up on the side, then the death doesn't apply. So you can, I mean, if you're trying to catch up or whatever and you die, that's fine. It's only like if you're in, you know, the broadcast group, I guess, should say, that the deaths count. So I think that will be the way we can keep it as open as I'd like to, the longest, and not have people that are really wanting to be part of it, you know, get knocked out when they haven't even gotten a chance to like play in the group or whatever. Yeah, that kind of sums it up. What's up, Silvetta? Good to see you. Doing a little Dire Lord hardcore run here. Scuffed bracers, 1 strength. Who needs? I'm rolling. I'm obviously gonna win. I rolled a 3, so might as well not even roll. This is Warrior, Monk, Rogue, Cleric, Paladin, Dire Lord, Ranger, Druid, Shaman, Bard. There's a Glorf. Glorf. How about putting in scrap items that have negative stats? What do you mean by scrap items? Like items that you would expect no one would want, or just to be like salvaged or like deconstructed? What if you die to a bug like a beetle? Those bugs don't count as exemptions. Let's lock in. After this kill, Glorf, I'll give you your bracer. Oh, nice. Gotta add 2 backpackies now. Yes. Items you could salvage or vendor. And then at higher levels, you could put in cursed items and have curse removal, spell, and identify, things like that. Yeah, I think that's it. I like spell identification systems. I think they're cool. I think they're cool. A little bit of depth. A little bit of depth. We are getting dangerously close to level 8, guys. And you know what that means? We're gonna have res, and res is gonna be one of our main weapons against the specter of permadeath. Permadeath. Let's see. Need to answer a question, work question here real quick. Let's see. Grats, grats, grats. So what do we got? We've got level 8 cleric, 7 chanter, 8 monk, 8 rogue, 8 summoner. Nice. Oh yeah, we're getting real close now. All right, so we're doing burglar. Crazy Will has to go to work, sadly. That is sad. That is sad. I would rather you be pushing forward with us, Crazy Will. Oh. Yeah, Strawsome, it is fun. It is fun. It's cool because it's like that refreshing sense of like really caring about where you go and what you do and being mindful about every step you take, you know? You definitely get comfortable after a little bit, like we are here right now. But it was really nice. It was really nice when we first got out here, like... And we actually had a close call. Like a very close call. Right off the rip. With our friend Hotshot here, as a matter of fact, because she absolutely wrecks. I will say this, and I have to say this. So far, feel like the music just kind of ushered me into like story time. So far, the holding aggro on the Dire Lord is mucho easier than on the warrior at this level. And I really like it. I really like single target tanking on the Dire Lord right now. I already have that one stamina cloak, so whoever else wants it, roll it. Hey there, been out of the loop. Has the Necro seen some refinement and love? A little bit, but the Necro, along with the other classes, are getting a really deep pass with our upcoming update in the spring. That will be when classes are getting a really, really nice pass. And going to be fully fleshed out up to level 50. Our goal is to target all of, like, the iconic abilities for the different classes, so that's when Necro will be getting like their undead charm spells and various things like that. Plus we have mastery coming into the game that is going to provide, you know, all kinds of like build expression and being able to kind of, you know, tweak your class in various ways. So yeah, let's do a spell run. I'm going to just run up this hill here. There's nothing that I'm really concerned about, so you guys, I'll meet up with you guys wherever we decide to go. Watch me say that and then just get absolutely wrecked running up here. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm level 8. Got my cooldown. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Not in the least. You'll volunteer to revamp the Necro? I think we need to go to the Goblin Caves, personally. But I'm gonna mine this. What is this animation? Okay. Okay. What's up, Doug Bug? Hey, Soul Gator. Good to see you guys. He has carpal tunnel? Yeah, he has like deep carpal tunnel, like all the way up into his arms and shoulders, I guess. Sternum. Sternal tunnel. Sturpal tunnel. Skeletal tunnel. His entire skeletal system is tunneled. Yeah, that's goodness. Acknowledged. Let's go ahead and pick up our traits while we're here, and then sell. Cancel that. Just sold my ash right ore. It's good. All right. Okay. How much money do we have? 9 silver. well, we definitely want this. That's a no-brainer. Yeah. Now, do we have enough for silence? That's the question. Bro. Okay, I'm gonna grind out the coin for that real quick, because we really need silence. Carpal Holland Tunnel Turnpike. Yes, that sounds like what this ogre is dealing with, in my opinion. Something like that. You have 12 large carrots? Do you remember when those were going for like... Oh my goodness. What's a good thing to grind money on? Probably the spiders, yeah? The tree cutting still does mining stuff on ogres and I think dwarves. Okay. Yeah, that's something I'm going to be looking into. Goodness. Yeah, that's what I need. Need some of those. Some of thems and some of that. How's the first Militude coming along outside of stream hours? I still see that on Discord as one of the main complaints. Hopefully the city of Fairtale is going to receive a heavy helping. Oh yeah. Yeah, Fairtale is going to be where it's going to be kind of like the epicenter of like the explosion of that stuff. But it's still coming along. I mean, it's very slowly but surely, especially because like when it comes to class stuff and mastery, like that's something that I'm heavily working on. So but rest assured, like it's getting the love and attention, and we'll soon have a few more hands at the plow as well. You're so strong you need to choke up or you'll destroy it. Yeah. I guess that's a better way to think about it. I can just go into first person when I mine, and that way I don't break my immersion of being this like absolute Chad. So we'll just go in first person here. Just chatting it up. Did I see Super Bits and Bob's video about Pantheon? Did he do a new one? He's done what, like 2? Then I've seen the first 2. That might actually, you know what? I might watch that on stream at some point. I've said this before. I really like that guy. It's funny because way back, well, I don't even know how long it's been, but I've actually, there was a point where I like looked forward to his videos. And I say that like I don't, like something changed, but no, like there was a point where he was like somebody that I actively like looked forward to him putting out new videos because I enjoyed watching him. I enjoyed his takes. And I hadn't watched him in a while, but I did see that he did a video on Pantheon. I think either I saw it or somebody referenced it and I watched it. I think I probably have enough now. I can sell these, I don't know how short I am, but I'm pretty sure I have enough now. I probably went way too far than I needed to. Anyway, I like his videos. I just think I think he was probably, well, I think he was talking about the game as it was when he played it at that point, and I think he probably put in, I don't know, you know, YouTube's funny, guys, like, and I feel this a lot where I understand, you know, maybe one day once Pantheon's launched and you know, we're years and years into the expansion cycle, and it's, you know, it's doing well and it's in good hands and all that. Like, maybe the day will come when I transition to like a full-time content creator or something like that, full-time aging content creator. But until then, you know, my day-to-day life is not like, okay, I got to get content out, and I know people like, and I'm not really applying this to Super Bits and Bobs because he's not like that. Like, he, from what I understand, he seems to do it just as something he enjoys and whatever. And a lot of people are like that. I got it, Glorf. I got what I need. But I'm gonna rant real quick, because what I do find though, people that are more like in the content churn, where they're trying to build and they're trying to grow, which everybody wants to grow, but the takes that people have, man, on things that really need more time, sometimes they're just like, I don't know. They're aggravating. Like, if I was ever to make I've tried to imagine, like, what would it be like if I were going to make a video on something? If I were going to make a video with my thoughts on something. Like, I feel like that would be... I would feel like you would have to come at that with so much of a sense of weight and respect. And I feel like the norm of what we get is like, just... I'm just gonna press record and talk. And just like fire from the hip, whatever I'm feeling, you know? And it's crazy. Because then it's out there, and no matter how big or small your voice is, or how you feel like how big or small your voice is, like, now your voice is, it's speaking, you know? It's for whether it's one person or 10 people or 100 or 1,000 or whatever, it's setting tone, you know? So I don't know, it's just funny to me. And it has nothing to do with being critical, because, like, please understand that too. Like, I enjoy criticism. Criticism's insightful. It's sharpening. I have nothing wrong with criticism at all, but there's a difference between criticism or like wrestling with something, or just kind of explaining something that you don't like, but doing it with some sense of, like, I don't know, just like more holistic understanding, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have a good example either. Oh, look at the puddle skippers. I love when these things come out. Puddle skitters, rather. These only come out when it's raining. I saw this little flash of blue and I was like, wait a second. I know that. I know that flash of blue. Yeah, with Super Bits and Bobs, like, I think he's 100% authentic. I think he's genuinely just sharing his thoughts. So it'd be good to watch it, though. I mean, like I said, that'd be a cool one to do on stream. Just kind of process some of that feedback. I think the skepticism of the project is justified given the context, the fate of other projects, etc. However, the problem is most people being skeptical aren't actually informed on this project's context and just spread the negativity. Yeah, there is that kind of negativity spread. Because, I mean, you take, for example, that recent interview I did with Vladis, who was a former Ashes of Creation content creator. Like, he had plenty of criticisms, plenty of concerns that were all very valid. But it was a great conversation. It was a constructive conversation. That's different, I think, from just, I don't know, like just these kind of like buzzword negativity narrative spreads that don't really go much deeper than just kind of repeating a narrative theme. Anyway. There's a content creator who has covered Pantheon in the past and covers other things too, but his takes are, in my opinion, intentionally incendiary. I used to be in his guild. Yeah, and there's no question that is a way to be successful. Sorry guys. I'm literally running around not paying attention. We need to either move to Skelly's or Gobby's. Let's start with Skelly's. Let's just meet up at Skelly's. And, yeah, we can do the small recruiter camp. Are you there currently, Glorf? Hey, Joppa, when you are at that high level of churn for content, the most important thing is to be first. Yeah, for sure. And good to see you as well. Good to see you as well, Butt Monkey. These guys are going to get their press release and put something out ASAP. Otherwise, they won't make money. Yeah, for sure. I get that. Back in 2013-14, when Twitch changed from... I watched all you faith streamers today lose their nonsense over the game Darkest Dungeon, all because they never took the time to figure the game out and just crapped all over it. It's been a thing when dealing with gotta get the next two thing out. You're talking like not Dark and Darker, you're talking actual like Darkest Dungeon, right? The little like dark themed roguelite. Yeah. It's funny, I mean, yeah, incendiary. Yeah. It's interesting. It is indeed interesting. Oh, we got a box? And we have recruiter at the camp, is that what you said? Ah, yes we do. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Do it! One of your all-time favorites? I need to play that. I got it and I just haven't put a ton of time into it. It's been a while. Hey, what's up, Clash? Good to see you. It'd be cool if you guys had an undead race planned. I agree. I think undead races are really cool. Ouchie. Let me actually put my new abilities on my bar. Be good. Vital Cage. Okay. Now, here's the question. Do I want Vital Cage on Q? What do I want? I think I do want Vital Cage on Q. No, see? We want to do Thresh on there. Okay, let's head to Skelly's. Figure this out on the way. What did it draw, by the way? Oh, the cloak? Okay. We need more undead hunting spots. I agree. I agree. I love killing skellies. It is one of my favorite things to kill in fantasy MMOs. Just, I love it. Love killing skellies. Love it. Love it. Okay, I need to figure out my vital cage here. Let's do, I hate to do this for now, but we're just gonna do it for now. Is anybody else is like conversational with yourself about your hotkeys as I am? Not out loud. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. But when you stream, you have to learn to like have your internal thoughts out loud, you know? In fact, literally for 2 months before I started streaming for the first time, well, maybe not quite 2 months, but felt like a month or two. Before my very first stream, I spent time sitting here playing games, playing Pantheon, working on it, and just forcing myself to talk out loud about what I'm doing, no matter how simple it was or basic it was, but just like that constant like, what am I doing? What's happening? What am I looking at? What am I thinking? That kind of thing. I hope there's one day a rare spawn skelly named Juicy Skeleton. I think if we're gonna do that, we should just name it Juicy. You know? It can be very difficult for passionate game teams to get their project out there with unbiased review. One influencer streamer can sink or pass a game. You can only hope everything ends up on the up and up. Yeah, we are. I repeat this all the time in internal marketing meetings and comms meetings and things like that, that like, we are 100% in the age of streamers. We're in the age of influencer streamers, and that's it. And that's why I was saying before, like, no matter how big or small you feel like your voice is, when you go out there and you talk about something, the algorithm will pick you up and put you in front of people that those people will then have their own conversations with their friends, and you're constantly planting seeds. And so there's this power that exists that I don't think people really understand or realize, and they just kind of thrash around, you know, with their thoughts, and they don't realize that there's actually power in what they're saying, because people's thoughts and opinions these days are influenced so heavily by people doing like what I'm doing right now, just talking, you know. Yeah, I'm ready. And people, I find too, are just so hungry for opinions as well. You guys feel that too? Like, people are so hungry for opinion, so hungry for take. All right, curse ball, vital cage. Eat it. Fresh. Woo! Okay. Let's take a look at Thresh. 200 essence, perform a wide slash, causing the target to bleed rapidly for a short duration. We'll make these skeletons bleed. Bleed their blood. Why is the initiate always there doing the fence dance? I don't know. I know we've been working with like the Avelia authorities and trying to kind of figure out what's going on with that particular initiate, and my understanding is so far they haven't really gotten anywhere. So cake is a lie. What? Marketing advertising has moved beyond traditional websites and you need to be aware and involved? No way. I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm gonna actually silence this guy next time. Here we go. I'm gonna click it because I don't have the key bound. which feels wrong. I can't silence it. Wait, 150 essence? Why can't I silence it? Huh? Worm eating sandals +1 wisdom. Cracked staff. +1 wisdom sandals on this bonecaster here. Why couldn't I silence this thing before? Oh, it was a... No, yeah, it was a bonecaster. I'm confused. Sanguine shield. Was it casting when we tried to silence it? Yeah, I was trying to interrupt it. My favorite joke to say when something new comes out or someone asks me how something is, I don't know, let me go to Reddit for my opinion real quick. Yeah. Yep. I also, it really bugs me when people feign opinions, since we're just yapping about what we, you know, these superficial things that we like and don't like for a second. So there are people who there are the people who are hungry for takes, right? And they like hearing takes, and they want to know what people's takes are, and they kind of latch on to a take, and then they look for people that have the same take. Let me actually get that on there. Okay, see, it's letting me do it now. It's one of those weird things. I don't know why it wasn't letting me do it before. It's weird. Anyway, so you have the take seekers, and then you have the people I feel like that. This one's a little more nuanced, but you have your people then who give takes, but it's like you can tell that they're not really their take. Does that make sense? And I think it's because, I think it's because we do live in such a take-hungry environment that I think there's a lot of weight, there's a lot of risk in giving the wrong take. And so you end up kind of conforming your take to the take eaters, right? You have to feed the take eaters the takes they want, or they'll eat you up. Anyway. But that's not really a new thing either, right? You know, we've been take eating since the beginning, I guess. It's just when you have this whole like streaming phenomenon being a relatively new thing, it's like it's on such a broader scale now. All right, we got a bonecaster in our midst. I'm gonna go ahead and get it on me. You guys can deal with the skellies. Okay. Hey, what's up, tough guy? All is well, my friend. Hope you are doing well as well. Well as well. most of the Dune Awakening media was super red flaggy about this. About what in particular? What are you talking about? Maybe it was an essence thing. I could have sworn my essence was like where it needed to be, but maybe not. Could have. Yeah, it could have been it could have been that. It could have already had the concentrating, which I don't know. Those kind of things need to be so much more visible. My goodness. I don't think anyone minds if I ninja these 5 AC pants. I really need to hotkey this. People are consumers and no longer producers. They don't even create a fresh take. They just use other people's. Yeah, I think that feels like it's often the case. With Pantheon, I've been sad, annoyed, ecstatic, blah, and I always hope anyone who listens knows that I've been doing my time in-game, even if players don't agree. Yeah, well, and that's an important point too, Crushneck, is that people also appreciate authenticity, and I think people can tell when someone's being genuine or not. Or if somebody has like an agenda or whatever. I think it's so much more obvious than people realize. Even people who think they're really good at like masking agenda. I think it's usually very obvious. But authenticity, like, I think still in many ways reigns supreme. Like it still is in the what do they call it? Like the table of what do they call that thing? In games where you see the chart of like, you know, this element is stronger than this element is stronger than this element, but this element's weak to, you know, that whole thing. In the real life version of that, authenticity still, I think, trumps, you know, it still wins. All right, we got a lot going on here. Hold on a second. See if I can get both of these. Okay. Definitely going to be silencing this guy on his curse bolt. Okay, silenced. He resisted. Good. Excellent. Everyone good? I think everyone's okay. So yeah, Crush, when you're streaming and you're enjoying yourself and you're having a great time, or when you're not having a good time, or when something happens and you're like, oh my gosh, I just want to log off. Like, these are all authentic, real emotions that, you know, aren't ultimately negative, because they're just reflecting like a genuine experience in the game. And I think that's going to resonate with people, right? Because there's a lot of people that they watch these streams because they want to know what the game really feels like to play, including those emotions. I like seeing you in a stream, always looking for feedback. It's good to know when you're not working, you're still looking for every bit of feedback to get this place to where it needs to be. Yeah, heck yeah. I mean, it's a huge benefit for us to have so many people playing the game and talking about it for sure. We've gotten so much good feedback, not only just from like Discord posts and stuff, but just watching people play it. It's been so good. And games just generally are so much better when you can tweak them and improve them based on, you know, not on like a vision DNA level. Usually, you know, that you know, the game needs to hold true to what it is trying to be. But when you have players playing the game, providing feedback on what can be improved, it's huge. It's going to make the game much better in the long run. There we go. You have a discussion point you'd like to speak about, Tough Guy? Masteries. All this stream talk is amusing because I'm getting ready to throw my hat in the ring. Pantheon, PTR Spring, and or imminent beta. I know so many viewers available, mainly because I want truth and not some contrived opinion, but I'm stuck waiting. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that for sure. I mean, it was very, you know, it was an interesting time when Pantheon EA launched because, yeah, I mean, you had thousands of people streaming it. And it was interesting to watch because, like, you, even with thousands and thousands of people streaming the game, you had people streaming and they were like, I don't like it, you know? And then you had people that you would just never expect that were like, dude, I love this. Like, I can't stop. I can't stop. Like, I'm no-lifing this and I can't stop. So it's, playing is always believing with these games, but I think it's good to get, when you can find authentic takes, I think those are definitely valuable. Josh Trice Hayes is a good example. Someone who tries a bit harder than most to create a take while also making it entertaining and insightful. Yeah. But you can tell with like his content, I feel like you can tell that there's a lot, he's put a lot of time into researching things too. So at the end of the day, it's definitely his opinion and his take, but it seems verifiably like much more well-informed, you know? He's not just like shooting from the hip. Are there hell levels in Pantheon? Nope. There are not. Zeke, crazy how Monster Memories has been in development for 6 years and yet has 10 times more content than this game. Make it make sense. So here's a here's a good example in real time. So like, you know, my first question would be, how do you stack that up? Like, where are you getting 10 times more from? Because that's a lot. That's a lot. Let's do the math for a second. So Pantheon has playable right now, Thrown Fast, Avenger's Pass, Eastern Plains, Silent Plains, Wild's End, Black Rose Keep, Halnir Cave. Trying to think of other like dedicated zones. I'm not even talking like POIs within zones, but like dedicated zones. What am I missing? Streamer brain, what am I missing? Thrown Fast, Avenger's Pass, Black Rose Keep, Silent Plains, Eastern Plains, Wild's End, Halnir Cave, Nightfall Crypt. Well, Nightfall's not a zone though. I'm just doing zones, like actual zones. I think that's 7. So 10 times that would be 70 zones, right? So on the zone level, we're talking, I guess, 7 zones versus 70. On the, like, so if we zoom in from zone level for a second and talk about zones plus like places that should be zones or that could be zones in terms of their size and scope and environment but aren't. So if you start thinking of like Mad Run, for example, Mad Run's not, you don't zone into Mad Run, but Mad Run is a dungeon zone. You don't zone into Hangor in the frozen like tundra part of Avenger's Pass, but it is kind of a zone in and of itself. The Ash Breathers Enclave is not a zone in, but it is a large sprawling dungeon-like zone. Nightfall Crypt as well. So now we're up to what? That's 11. And then, I don't know if I'm missing any. And then there's also like, I'm trying to think. And this is without even doing like size comparisons, because you can do the same thing with like Adrenaline, same thing with like even like AOC, because I never got to play it, but I was always curious like how our world measured up to theirs at this stage in development. But yeah, 10 times is a crazy number. Racers? I just ninja'd those. I mean, here's the thing too, like, and you guys need to understand this, like, this needs to just be known and understood across the board. I am not going to speak ill of any project, and you know why? Because behind every project are real people that, well, I take it back. I won't say I will never speak bad about a project, because there are some projects that are genuinely like shady and messed up, and if there's a degree of like certainty and clarity that there was wrongdoing, then I guess that's a different circumstance. But in general, I will not speak ill about projects, because behind projects are real people with, you know, like me, another human being with goals, with passions, often with families that are putting in time and effort to make something. And for me to say anything ill is just, it's not okay. Like, it's just not okay. It's not something I'm going to do, and nor is it something I want to do. I tend to look at these projects as they all have, you know, I would say generally an equal degree of potential and promise, and the hope for all of them is that they'll be successful. And what I will say is this, and I'm not saying it about a project, I'm saying it to certain people that have attached themselves to certain projects, namely like people in the community, is to like, please be mindful and understand that, you know, to the degree that, and I'll talk about it in the context of Pantheon, where somebody who is a Pantheon fan, who's excited about the game we're making, were they to go around onto other project streams or in other projects' discords or forums or whatever, and say Pantheon is so much better than this game, all that's really doing, if the goal there is to try and like bring people to Pantheon, It's not gonna happen. Like, it's not gonna happen. What it's gonna do is it's going to start to color and cause the question of like, is this what this community is like? Is this a community that's built with like RL PvPers? Because that's all this really is like real life PvP. This is the project I like, this is the game that I like, so I'm gonna go PvP against other projects. And there's a cost to that. So it's just better not to do it. Play the games you like to play. Play the games you like to play. I want Eminem to be successful. I've gotten to know several people on that team. I think they're great people. I think they do really good work. I have no reason or desire to like speak ill or want ill for that project. So it's not, that's like not ever going to be what goes on here, but it's more just kind of a friendly reminder that RL PvP is, it's like I was saying earlier, like people are wiser to that than I think people realize. So just, you know, whatever. Yeah, dude, I mean, like Nicodemus, for example. Nicodemus is awesome. Love Nicodemus. Super, super cool guy. Very chill dude. And I know Sean. I mean, like Sean's awesome. Love Sean. Nothing but love for those guys. Oh, pants. Look at the pants. What is going on with my... One second. Okay. Alright, we're good now. We're good now. Alright. Back. Well, you guys never left. I'm back. Okay. Alright. How's the hardcore run going? I've only just been able to tune in. It's going good so far. We've had a couple of close calls, but overall, it's been solid. It's been solid. I've been listening to your streams and videos while playing EverQuest Online Adventures. Nice, dude. We still have some people on our team, like devs on our team, that still will play EQOA, that love it. That's really cool. Decided to pick this up today. Looks really good, and I'm super excited to give it a go later. That's awesome, Chauncey. That's really, really cool to hear. Very cool to hear. Very cool. Do we... Oh, guys, do we want to try Goblin Caves? Is it time? I think it's time. We're all level 9. Yep. I think it's time. Let's sell. We should sell, and we should go. I mean, at least try it. Like, let's just very carefully try it. See what happens. Hey, Corwin. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, my friend. The 8 months of support, that's sick. Thank you, man. Death incoming. Nah, we got this. We got this. You need healthy competition to push devs and games into new things. No need to bash everything you don't like, as the respect for projects seem to leave even though you don't like something, you can respect it. 100%. That's the thing. What would you call success in number of players, gameplay-wise? Community ain't bad. Games, but do not expect big numbers of people. MMORPG games are niche, and this kind of MMO even more. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, success really is just like, what do you need to bring in to keep your people, like, you know, because nobody wants to see a game get all the way to launch. It launches, and then, you know, you have to like let, you know, half or more of the team go. So it's bringing in enough money to support your people and to grow as necessary, and ultimately to make sure the game keeps going and keeps thriving. Like, that's success. It doesn't have to be like, you know, and you need to be able to pocket, you know, millions and millions of dollars. I mean, obviously investors need to be happy, and the game just needs to be able to thrive and continue to grow. So, and with indie projects, yeah, it has to be able to kill WoW. I mean, I've thought that went without saying. Yes. Kill WoW, and then be able to, you know, keep your people and for the game to keep thriving. But these indie games, you know, it's a lot easier to cross that threshold because you don't, they don't take hundreds of millions of dollars to make, right? I never put my stamina pants on, so that's good. I hope you guys know that all of these, we'll call them decisions, not consuming my trait item, not equipping my stamina pants, those are there to remind you guys to lock in, because it's ultimately chat's fault. These are not things you guys should miss. So, yep. Delete that. Yeah, it's chat's fault. A large, sweating ogre runs through the doors of the bank, pounding his fist upon the wooden teller desk, demanding his goods be stored. I need some bread. Thank you, Damro. The city sets the regulations. We apply them as best we can. Some situations aren't covered, but when that happens, I rely on my immaculate record keeping. I have no stories about Dire Lords, only nightmares. Okay. Go, Amorous. is the take when doing mastery trees to pull classes into different roles. Example, heals to DPS, DPS to tank, tank to DPS. I mean, I don't know that I would phrase it that way. I mean, essentially yes, but the way that I would phrase it is when you make a warrior has kind of a fundamental role, has a fundamental shape, what we would call like a mainline role, and that is a tank. So one of your mastery branches, one of your class mastery branches is focused on that. The other one, the other mastery branch, will allow you to shift hard into your, essentially what is your flex branch, or like your class's flex capability, or what we had initially intended to be more of a short burst flex is now something that you can more fully embody. So in the case of the warrior, for example, that is, you know, your tank side, but then also your DPS side, meaning that yes, you can fully lean into that DPS side to the extent that you would be a capable DPS role. Do you even flex, bro? Does Dire Lord have a two-hand archetype? If so, two-hand taking? Yes. Yeah. Dire Lord is intended to be able to dual wield / two-handed tank and dual wield / two-handed DPS. So that warrior will still be serving as tank in the group. No need to get another tank. No. So okay. To be very clear, in order for that system and approach to work, you will have to essentially, like, you will not be a capable tank any longer. The abilities that you need, and the way those abilities need to scale, and the kind of gear and various things that someone who is going to main tank will need. If you lean into the warlord DPS side of the warrior, you will not have those things. So at lower levels, maybe you can tank at lower levels because there's enough base kit shared between the two that, you know, you probably could tank certain content, yeah. But as you get higher level, you're going to need like dedicated tanks who are, their mastery is built towards tanking, and you're not going to be able to have like a warlord warrior able to handle that. Mm-hmm. Joppa, you don't think you could do the voice acting for every NPC in Terminus? That was a pretty solid, pretentious banker voice. Not for everyone, no. I don't have that kind of range. There's a few voices I can do okay, but I definitely don't have enough range to do everybody. Oh, show. Nor do I have the time. But as you may have heard me say before, I do love voice acting. I think it would be so fun. It'd be so fun. Will there be mastery leaning into a specific weapon set? Yes. Yes. Not only that, but skills as well. As skills become more important to your character development and your proficiency and your performance, which weapons you choose to really focus on and develop will play a big role in that for sure. Ross said yes, they can. Where's the line? I mean, that will shift a little bit, Ixar. It'll just shift as we dial things in and kind of do the tweaking and things that we're going to be doing. But I mean, yeah, like it's definitely something that will have a bit of a process to it. And what we're targeting right now is like our initial looser target before we, you know, the more passes will tighten it up further and further is in the 20s. Where you will start to, because, and it'll make more sense once we get to the point where we can start like looking at an actual mastery element, you know, and kind of breaking it down. But like, for example, the way abilities scale right now with attributes like life tap, damage modifier, intelligence, the way that scaling is going to be incorporated into mastery, that is going to play a really big role in as you get higher and higher level, which abilities are scaling the most, and you have to make those choices. And so, but not only attacks, we're also talking about defensive abilities, mitigation, down to things like shield block, last stand, you know, these various things. So there are a lot of decisions that are going to be being made that are going to, over time, shape a warrior more and more towards this is a tank, and then content that, you know, is asking more and more of what tanks need to be able to withstand, that you're going to get to a point where a warlord warrior is just not going to have what they need. Are we ready? Having branches that connect to both trees. Well, I mean, there's not. I mean, I'm gonna say there's nothing. There are certain nodes and certain unlocks that are exclusive to a particular branch. Meaning, like, either you have to have spent enough points in one of the branches to unlock it. Not to mention that the radial rings, like each successive ring, is going to require a certain amount of points spent in that branch to open the next ring in general. But also, there's going to be specific nodes that require a total amount of points, but then you'll also have nodes that are exclusive both to other nodes in the same branch, but also exclusive to nodes in the other branch, because we do want to support some hybrid experimentation as well, where, you know, what is 25 points in Bastion, 25 points in Warlord look like, kind of thing. But we'll manage that through, you know, some of those constraints, where either prerequisites or exclusivity, things like that. What would the spell ranks involve? What do you mean? Guys, we didn't die. We're one level away from the prediction, a resolved prediction. Remember, will Joppa get to level 10? You realize we're one level away, right? I'm going to say it again. I mean, so far I've really been enjoying the Dire Lord too. I mean, it's been good. I don't feel as, yeah. It just, I mean, threat just feels a little bit more solid, and that makes a big difference. Oh, I have to clear level 10. Okay. Okay, so you mean I have to actually get to level 11? Oh, you were talking about the old mastery, I see. Yeah, yeah. Yep. I gotcha. Oh, I didn't use that. Okay. Okay, first goblin's here. Here we go. Let's see how well this is going to actually go. I have no essence. I'm getting a little nervous. Whew. Okay. All right. Whew. How am I liking the Dire Lord? I like it. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. It's nice. It's nice. I like it. I feel like I have ways to... a few ways at least to deal with things. Maybe more so than I did on the warrior. On the warrior, my health starts getting low. I mean, I have shield block and I have last stand. But those still don't feel quite as like take control and either use life tap to get health back. Sanguine Shield is like, it's crazy strong. It is. It's just strong. It's just crazy strong. Especially with Vital Cage as well. Having both of those. And then of course this, I mean, yeah, it's a 30-minute cooldown, but that thing is also pretty crazy. So, but aside from those things, what I enjoy so far about the Dire Lord is just it being a little bit lower key to kind of get and hold aggro. Feels nice. On the warrior, it felt a lot more, you know, from fight to fight to fight, more just chasing aggro. We got to be a little careful with that because the goal for the Dire Lord, the original design goal, was that the Dire Lord would have the easiest time keeping single target aggro, but have a harder time dealing with multiple targets. So we have to make sure that like they're not, you know, just like straight easy mode in all cases when it comes to threat. But so far, this part of it is working as intended and it feels good. But I remember to put the spell on the target. That helps. What other classes are in concept beyond Bard? In concept? None. Like, not genuine concept. There's documents and scratchings and thoughts and dreams and things like that, but yeah, not anything actually in concept. You know, Pantheon classes are pretty complex. Like they have a lot of depth to them. Like there's the ability arsenal and kind of the vision, the design behind them, and so there's a lot of breadth and depth. And so in one sense, it's like there's still a lot to mine in these classes. Especially with mastery coming into play as well, where you have these role expressions that kind of really explode out these like new layers. So yeah, like the monk evasion tanking, for example. That's a whole new like vibe and aspect of the monk class and things like that. So there's a lot to mine with these classes and still kind of develop. So I'm not in too much of a hurry to like get to brand new classes until these really feel fully finished. Yeah. I don't know if I'd use the word complex. The class rotations are pretty straightforward. Some of them are. Some of them are more than others. But what I mean by complexity is not necessarily like rotation. I mean more like just the complexity of their identity and theme with their actual like ability kit and expression. So to call something a Dire Lord. And part of it too is in, you know, one of our main goals for the spring update is to make sure that the classes really are hitting this identity mark and have the kits to express that mark. Because one beef I have with the Dire Lord, even though I'm enjoying the experience so far, is that it doesn't feel Dire Lordy enough. Like it doesn't feel bloody enough. It doesn't feel, you know, things like that. And also, I think the Dire Lord would benefit from a little bit more of a unique tanking approach and identity that complements their blood and their essence manipulation and some of these other things. And so, part of what I'm saying is also having what's coming for some of these classes in view. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, there's meant to be a lot of texture and depth to these classes, and they have a lot of abilities and, you know, things that they open up over time. We're going to be adding more abilities to every class. So, yeah. Creaky doors, oh yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Part of the goal is for time to kill to increase so that we can have more time for classes to, you know, do their thing. Like dots and debuffs and stuff like that. And so higher TTK, higher health in and of itself will mean a bit more challenge. Because you'll be, you know, you'll be having to deal with like resources a little bit more carefully. Longevity is going to be more of a thing, you know, not running out of mana during a fight. Currently, our solo NPCs right now, they're just paper thin. They're just pushovers. So player power will increase to be commensurate with the challenge that's intended to take something down on your own. But experience gain will also be increasing to compensate that. So each kill will feel more rewarding than it does right now. Will haste ever get fixed? Yes, it's going to be fixed in the spring. How am I on time? Good question. Probably about 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So we probably don't want to go too deep today. It'd be nice if we could find a named though. Like the emissary or something walking around. As long as we don't die. We're gonna die. Oh! Okay, it's... Leave that guy alone. Don't... Get on the one I'm on. There we go. Is it dotted? No, okay. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, let's just breathe. Just breathe. Breathe. I'm gonna go ahead and get Broken Phantoms on here. Okay. Good job. We're still alive. Okay. We made it. Let's get some mana. Whew. Yeah, don't drop down. Don't drop down. You say assist me? No. I need something a little more verbose. Everyone, please take notice of the mob that I am engaged with, and the one that you see me facing and swinging my weapons into and striking. Please turn your attention to that one and begin to engage it with me, leaving the other one unengaged where there are no weapons actively striking it, such that there are no combat log messages to that effect. That's my chat macro. Are you planning on updating and enhancing the tooltips to provide more? I feel like it's hard to learn what things are in the game. Let me make sure I understand your question first. Flange, are you talking about tooltips that are more clear about like specific data numbers? So instead of saying like, you know, increases your chance to hit, more like increases your hit rating by specific numerical kind of thing. Is that what you mean? It's honestly, it's something I'm torn on personally. I feel a bit torn on it because there's part of me. I was talking with Fuso and Codeman, and some of the other designers. I think it was. I can't remember if it was on like one of the actual design calls, or if it was just like a three-way call. But that question about like how much mystery is good, you know. Because players will end up figuring it out. You know, players will figure it out. But is that part of the joy? Like, is figuring it out part of the joy? I don't know. I think there's probably different... Well, there's definitely different takes on that, right? The same reason why there was so much of a like this is a developer account, and that's why you see like the levels next to the names. That used to be on for everybody. That used to be something that was just everybody saw that, but there was a lot of feedback of like, hey, and I get it because you have the con system, right? Like you want to feel like you need to use the consideration mechanic. And I agree with that. And I think some sense of like, we don't know exactly how high level this is or how much lower level this is. I think that adds to it. So I'm ultimately, I agree with that decision. But it's an example of one of those kinds of decisions. So when we have tooltips and we say like, you know, corrupt the target's blood and draw it out, dealing curse damage and restoring your health by 80% of the damage dealt, should we say corrupt the target's blood and draw it out, dealing, you know, 15 curse damage, and then have that number be dynamic so that it updates based on like your stats, your spell power, your buffs, things like that? Or Is there something to be said about you cast a spell and you learn over time, like, okay, this thing does this much damage? The whole conversation around the Titan is interesting to me too. Let's talk about that for just a second. I'm sensitive to the fact that you guys, you know, spent a lot of time obviously with the Titan pet and got used to having it. Moving after this, I think we can make a path through from here to the east exit in about that time. Okay. I mean, that's brave, but I think you're probably right. Oh my sweet Christmas. All right, let's let Glorf pull though. Let's not get too close to him, so we don't body pull more than we intend. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, yes. Yeah, that's fair, Butt Monkey. That's fair. Yo! Nice, Amaris. Level 10. I think somebody's getting some new pets, huh? Anyway, let me not lose my train of thought again here. So the conversation about the Titan, two things that you guys need to understand. Number one, the previous iteration of the Summoner, the Titan, the Undyne, they both, in that old system, as far as the pets were concerned, contributed pretty decent damage. I mean, I think the Undyne actually contributed pretty darn decent damage in terms of the overall damage output of the pets compared even to like the Fury and the Zephyr. And Titan wasn't, you know, too far off. Understand that, like, in the new system, the Undyne and the Titan are going to be meant to be, like... Okay, hold on. We got two here. I'm going to pull one to me, and then we can mez the other one. Hopefully it'll... There we go. We can mez the one on Glorf. So what that means is, like, the Titan is going to be much more, like, tanky, not offensive. So when you think about your ability to deal damage and how much of your damage comes, you know, through your actual pet abilities, the Titan, unlike the Zephyr and the Undyne, is not going to have this, like, tight damage loop. It's going to have a tanking loop. It's going to be able to taunt. It's going to be able to root. It's going to be able to stun, things like that. Great for tanking. Yes, it'll have, you know, some outgoing damage, but consider how much damage you now do yourself as a summoner. It's much less than it was in the old system by design. And that means wanting to have the Titan early is... So I'm imagining, you know, a level 10 summoner running around with a Titan out, and that's it. And it's like, yes, that Titan can tank for you, but how are you going to kill things? I understand it. I understand it wasn't about the damage, but I'm just saying the summoner's damage is much, much less now and much less sustainable than it was before. So whereas before, with just the Titan out, you could still put out the majority of your damage, that's not the case anymore. Because otherwise that would be OP. Like if you could have a tank pet that could like soak damage, that you could heal, but you could do, you know, all the damage you needed to do by yourself. Like, so the point being that you, hey, that was nice, scooting along the ground there. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying it's different. Yeah, but that one spell was like, the one spell carried you. That one spell did like crazy damage. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and let me also be really clear, like, I'm not saying it is absolutely locked in stone that it's going to be locked in the mastery tree. Because we have all the control that we need to provide the Titan pet and the Undying and everything through base kit, and then adjust and alter what's, you know, what those pets can do and how effectively they can do it all through mastery. So yeah, it's not, if the overwhelming sentiment from our players is, hey, we'd really like to have the Titan more as a base kit thing, then that's not a hill that I feel the need to die on design wise. But it's just understanding that, like, you're going to have to intentionally invest in the Titan to be an effective tank in order for it to really, really do that role. But at the same time, if you're thinking just purely solo wise or like really small group, then obviously you wouldn't need to invest as much in it as opposed to if you were really wanting to kind of embrace the tank role completely. Hey, yo, 3 damage to 6 damage. I'll take it. Sick. Moving on up, guys. Level 10. Let me get my other trait here. I think, guys, I think we just hit a, I think we hit a payout threshold. Oof. Yeah, I can feel that new damage already. It's nice. Yeah, so, yo, Lazy Crate. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, my friend, and the 8 friggin' months. That's awesome. Thank you, Lazy Crate. Zephyr tank's enough for normal mobs right now. Yeah, but do keep this in mind though, and this is why it's so easy to say that the spring will absolutely bring even more updates to the Summoner kit, because the current solo NPCs are not representative of what, you know, the new NPCs are gonna be like. And so you guys watch me do a little bit of the unified NPC testing on stream. But it's gonna be a different ballgame for sure. For sure. It's gonna be a lot of like, it's gonna be really good. I'm excited about it, but it's gonna take some getting used to for sure. Well, that's my point, Kurgan. Like when you say like, so a DPS class with a tank pet, and this is, I just glanced at your comment, so I'm not even sure what context you're talking to or what perspective you're speaking to or arguing for, or whatever. But just to make the point, like, the summoner's design is to heavily rely on the pet to be able to do the damage that is going to make them like a competitive DPS class, and that happens through either the Zephyr or the Fury. Having the Titan pet out is going to significantly reduce your ability to deal damage. You will still have obviously your Flash Bomb, your Aether Dart lines, those things, and there will be a small amount of damage that the Titan can put out, but it's not going to compare to the overall damage, and certainly not going to compare to the sustainability that you have with your actual DPS pets. So in that regard, those things will to some degree kind of balance themselves out a little bit, which is why I'm not overly concerned about moving the Titan to the base kit if we decide to do that, because there is this kind of like self-limiting that's already going to happen. Yeah, tough guy. Nice try. That was a good attempt. No, Flange. This is one of the things that keeps coming up that I know will get easier once we're able to talk more in more detail about like the specific mastery for the classes, and you guys can see like the mastery arrays and everything. But it does keep coming up, and so what I want you guys to really hear is that I mean, and I'll just use the warrior as an example. The warrior has a tanking. The warrior baseline is a tank class. Whether you are a warlord warrior or a bastion warrior, there are certain things that you will get as a part of the base kit. So you will have things like shield block. You will have things like last stand. You will have things like, you know, shield slam and things like that will be part of your base kit. However, what you will not have if you are a warlord warrior, you will not have the mastery upgrades that alter and evolve and improve those things, scale those things, and you will also, as a warrior, not be using a shield if your intent is to do damage. If your intent is to tank and you throw on a shield, yeah, you'll have like a baseline shield block, you'll have certain baseline shield abilities, but you will not have any scaling related to those. You will not have any talents boosting those. You won't have been able to unlock, you know, certain things that Bastion Warriors will be able to unlock. And so, will you be able to tank stuff at like level 10? Maybe. Will you be able to do it at level 20? Probably not. So in the same way, like with the summoner, if the summoner is built to do DPS, meaning their gear, their stats they're emphasizing, the scaling decisions they've made in Mastery, the Mastery node decisions they've made in Mastery, they're built to deal DPS, they can pull the Titan tank out, but that Titan tank is not going to be very tanky. Not in like a situation where they would be needing to like really lean heavily on it. They're going to be more DPS oriented. So, but that's the problem, and again, that's the self-balancing that the summoner does, is like so much of the summoner's DPS is designed to come through two specific pets. The Titan is not that pet. And so even if the summoner is built for DPS and has all their points in DPS, their Titans, the Titan number one is not going to be a super effective tank, and number two, they're going to be hurting significantly on DPS. So they're going to be, are there really like niche weird situations where a DPS built summoner could like summon a Titan and like maybe pull off something? Maybe, but it would be really niche. And if it's like too bad, like if it's like that's where we get into like, if we find a situation where a DPS summoner is able to like somehow leverage the Titan tank to do something crazy, you know, we'll address that. But it's, you know, we have to approach those things more case by case, because part of the goal of the mastery system is to also allow for some exploration and some hybridizing to interesting effect, where it's like, you know, yeah, like, is that going to make you a super effective tank? Probably not. Is it going to make you a super effective DPS class? Probably not. But is it going to make you something that is kind of weird, but maybe kind of fun? And depending on what you're doing, it's like really cool. And I mean, I would love to see that. Well played, Tarthus. There's Tarthus. I haven't seen Tarthus in forever. I've got, I mean, Tarthus. Well played, Tarthus. I mean, I have a soundbite dedicated to you, Tarthus. Come on now. I don't think some of these people are listening to what you're saying about Summer. Yeah, I mean, and I get that too. It'll become clear in time. It'll become clear. So would the damage of the main pets just fall off over time if you go Titan? Yeah, for sure. Like if you're fully focused on your Titan and you want to like tank as a summoner, then yeah, you would definitely, the damage from your Zephyr and Fury would start to fall off, because they wouldn't be scaling. Yeah, we will soon enough, Creaky. I know you guys are. I would be too. I know that you're eager to see him. You want to dual wield two-handed weapons. Titan's Grip. Yeah, the cooler one though is Titan's Mitt. Titan's Mitt from Link to the Past. That's the cooler one. Yeah, well, Lone Dog Summoners are going to be getting some control abilities and things like that, for sure. In fact, a lot of the utility abilities that like the Zephyr and the Undyne have, or I'm sorry, the Zephyr and the Fury, they're not in yet. So, and then we have room with the Summoner themselves to lean into some of that utility as well, with their whole like kind of like bomb arcaneering theme. Some really cool stuff we can do with them. I would even like to see, with the hybrid route, ways to reduce the mana cost of summoning your pets, as you can switch on the fly. We have to be careful with that, because if you can, especially with like a tanking situation, if you can resummon your Titan easily and quickly, then you can run into a situation where you can just... like that's kind of your tanking strategy, is to let the Titan die, resummon, and go again. Obviously not nearly the cost, you know, as like a player tank dying. Not even close. So we have to manage that. They will, Zace. They will have an aura-based effect. The pets will. I'm proud of this group. Oh yeah, let me do the, I think at this stage we've, like I said, I think we have fulfilled the conditions of the prediction. Oof. Okay. Congrats. 3% of you didn't think it was going to happen. And, you know. Now, let me totally, like, tank our group here right at the last second by attacking random things and breaking mezzes. That'll be fun. Okay, let's get this bat dead. I attacked this bat like an absolute dingus. How far, oh no. Is there any plan to, when you upgrade abilities and they rank up and evolve into another spell, will spell effects change or evolve with it? There is, yes. There are some abilities that do that right now, but one of the things that we need to do, actually was going to be having a chat with Codeman soon about this and kind of getting a game plan. The problem is that even though we do have some of that happening now, the base spell effects are really big. They're really strong. They're really intense, and it's difficult to see that they are growing. So what we need to do is we need to go back through, and for the first tier of visuals, they need to be really, really simple. Really simple. And then we can more easily create a gradation from there. So when that will be completed, that'll be one of those things that most likely, like a lot of other things, will kind of happen over time. But that's the direction that we need to go. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do too. I do too. Yay! We just went through the Goblin Caves and we made it out alive. And that may not seem like a big deal to some of you, but this is, if you weren't aware, this is a hardcore run. So this is a, you die, you're done. And I'm pleased. That's cool. We did it. Good job, guys. Had a couple close calls, but only like a couple. Like only one real close call, I think, that I remember. That's pretty cool. My wife says I can be an idiot sometimes. Pretty cool of her to give me permission like that. Hold on, I gotta read this again. I didn't understand. Wait, what? Oh, that's just Glorf messing with everyone. My wife says I can be an idiot sometimes. Pretty cool of her to give me permission like that. Thank you, Dayhawk. That is cool for her to give you permission like that. Creaky Doors, I'd love to hear about Mastery Pass for the Monk. Yes. Conceptually, the concept, the plan, the design, whatever you want to say, is that the Monk will be split into their mainline DPS role, Mastery, which will include options for, you know, enhancing your martial abilities, like your melee, your straight up melee physical abilities, honing your body into a physical weapon, and your chi based abilities as well. And that'll all be in one tree, so you'll either have like a balance of those things, or you'll lean, you know, more heavily into the physical or more heavily into the chi. In a damage sense, in a DPS role sense, and then your other branch will be an evasion tank expression of the class, where you're leaning more into avoidance and evasion abilities and things that are going to allow you to actually tank in that style. What did the baby corn say to the mama corn? Where is popcorn? Oh my. Thank you, Lone Dog. Did you guys already put in a fix for Monk FT fail success rate? I just got 4 successes in a row with 48 skill. Not that I'm aware of, no. So go loot a chest with the RNG streak you're having right now, Glorf. It'll take time to grow into that role, AK. Yeah. It'll take time to grow into that role, for sure. For sure. You will find that for all the classes, if your intent is to, through mastery, switch off of your mainline role into that other role, that's something that will develop more over time. Yeah. Your baseline kit, your base kit will still strongly resemble kind of what your mainline class is, but you'll be able to, you know, yeah, transition over as more mastery unlocks for you, and you make those decisions. Yeah. Is this Vanilla WoW the way I remember it in my nostalgia? It's not Vanilla WoW, but it is, there are some inspirations from Vanilla WoW, yeah. This is more than anything intended to be a spiritual successor to EverQuest and kind of the early MMORPGs, with some of the polish, quality of life, and some of the system depth and whatnot, and combat depth and mechanics that WoW brought to the table. But it is it's intended to be much closer to a classic MMORPG type experience. What are the plans for the Enchanter? I'm not quite ready to talk about that one just yet. Not quite ready. Yeah, they enchant things. I could say that. That's fine. That's fair. Yo, Dayhawk with the 15 stream streak. That's awesome. Thanks for being here, Dayhawk. Thank you for your contributions. Yes. Is the respec going to be a flavor of the month thing, or hard enough that you would only want to do it maybe 4 times over your years of gameplay? Oh, yeah, no, it's... I don't think it's a good idea for us to go that direction with the respecs. And I think you guys will understand why, and I would would agree once you kind of see it's a big system and there are lots of decisions and there is going to be natural trial and error naturally. Now what I don't want, I can start with that, and I can tell you what I don't want with the mastery system is this kind of on the fly, what I have to say, like, Dayhawk, let me just be really clear. I love that you're here. I love your jokes. I love them a bunch. So I don't ever want you to take it the wrong way. Keep coming, keep giving them. I'm just messing with you. I don't ever want there to be this on the fly, like, I'm a warrior, so I'm a tank and I'm a DPS, and I'm here in a group DPSing in Halnir Cave. Oh, our tank has to leave. Don't worry, guys. I'll just pop over to my tank spec. I don't want it to be like that. There needs to be some weight to it, and that weight is going to involve, at least, it's going to involve needing to travel to a village, somewhere where there's a specific NPC related to your class and your class guild that will allow you to switch over to your spec. There would be, the plan right now is for there to be a cost associated with it, and that cost is going to increase based on how large the respec is. So if you're level 50 and you've got, because remember, it's not just class mastery, it's general mastery as well. Like all of the mastery points that you've spent across the board. And so if you're respecing 150 mastery points, that's going to be more expensive than if it's like, oh, I spent 5 points and I messed up, I'm gonna respec. But there's got to be some weight to it where you can't just on the fly provide that alternative role. We're just not gonna go that route with it. Whether or not there's like an additional cooldown on top of it is something we would probably, we're definitely going to explore that just as part of due diligence to dial the system in. So that is something we'll explore. So you need to, travel to a village, you go through the process of respecking, and then, you can't do that again for another hour or something like that. Maybe. Maybe. But at the very least, at the bare minimum, like I said, the cost and then the travel will be the bare minimum. Because you have to imagine too, like the process of actually settling into a decision, like think about it for a second and like put yourself in the shoes of like being a player and doing this. You're in town, the mastery system's just released, right? And don't even let's not even think of it in terms of testing. Let's put ourselves like launch day, 2 weeks after the game launches 1.0. Mastery is obviously in play. You're playing a class, maybe you haven't played it before, I don't know. Maybe it's a new player. You're going to be in a town, you're going to, fill out, you're going to be kind of making these decisions as you level along and do various things to get mastery points. And you're in a village and you're like, I don't know that I kind of want to try something different. So you respec. Now you have all these points to spend, and whether you're doing it on your own or you're looking up a guide or whatever, you're going to hop on over to the target dummies and you're going to try things out. You're going to see how it feels. And if you have to wait a whole day to realize, oh, I'm not feeling this, that sucks. Like that is not like, to me, that's not, I don't know that that's really, you're gaining anything out of that. I feel like that's just a recipe for like, that's just sucks. So that's why I think, and yeah, we can do things like, you know, it's not until you lock it in, like maybe there's like a lock-in point, and then once you lock in, then that's where it's like, okay, you can't do this again for another day. But until you lock it in, you're free to kind of whatever. I mean, there's definitely things that we can do. So I'm not saying we won't consider that. I'm just saying we have to be mindful of like what we're trying to gain by limiting it and how much we limit it. And then when it gets down into actual player experience, what feels like good, I'll use the buzzword, what feels like good friction, and then what's just like why, you know? So, but we'll not only consider these things, we'll likely try some of them, and then you guys will have a chance to see how it feels and get feedback and all that. So, yep. Okay. Ashes Eternal, yes. My best advice, if this all sounds like news to you, either in the Pantheon Discord, on the website, towards the end of last year, we released a slew of like dev diaries, dev blogs on the upcoming spring patch, which is a wipe, like a full wipe, and then the introduction of like several new gameplay systems and mechanics, the mastery system included. And we did a pretty deep dive on kind of how the plans for the mastery system has evolved, what it's going to look like. And then, you know, if you get on Discord and just like search mastery, you'll find, I'm sure, lots of discussion threads about it. We did a Reddit AMA on the new official Pantheon Reddit. Definitely go read up on that stuff because there's a lot coming. There's a lot to, yeah, be aware of for sure. It's going to be a really, really, really big update. Take Dakin, that's a great question. I wish I was better able to answer like account Steam related questions. I'm really not. I don't know how exactly that's going to work. That's a good question to ask in Discord. If you're in the Pantheon Discord, the official Pantheon Discord, just ask it there. I think that'd be the best place. Unfortunately, by the time this game releases, its graphics will be outdated, along with old game style play. The player base will not be interested, just like Star Citizen. I don't think that's true at all. I respect that opinion, but I disagree with it. I think if anything, old school games, old school gameplay, even like janky graphics, like the whole 9 yards. I think that stuff is more fresh now than it's ever been, and it's only growing. Yeah, I can do some. I mean, to be honest, I don't mind. What's the command to make guild officers again? Make officer? What is? Promote? Guild promote. Guild promote. I'm just gonna promote all of you guys to officer. Somebody's gonna get that message and be like, I don't want the responsibility. I didn't ask for this. No. Cool. Graphics is part of the game, but not all the game. Yeah. Well, and if anything, like the graphic style that we've chosen will definitely age better than the one that, you know, we were using historically. So that in and of itself is not as much of a concern to me anymore. Either. I mean, all graphics will date over time, but animations look so janky to me. It's like it's missing animation anticipation for something. Yeah, dirty. The 100%. Animations is one of the biggest areas that we need polish, visual polish, and improvement. So, yeah, 100% agree. There's a lot of jank. Lot of jank. I mean, we'll never be a AAA quality visual game. You know, we're not going to have like full mocap studios and, you know, top tier animations. We're building Pantheon in Unity. Unity's a great game engine, but it's primarily a mobile game engine. It's not built with like high end, you know, realistic rendering, and it's just a fundamentally different engine. So there's limitations in the quality of the visuals and the rendering and the camera effects, and like, because not that Unity doesn't support those things, but they're just extremely, some of them are extremely unperformant. So there's a lot of bells and whistles that we could support right now, where the game that you're looking on my screen right now could look markedly better, that are just not available to be turned on in our options right now. We will probably expose those long term, because by the time Pantheon releases, I mean, there'll at least be you know, a few more cycles of like technology upgrades, and there's no doubt that there will be people out there that can handle all of it. So we'll definitely support it. But yeah, it's definitely a process. Lighting, graphical fidelity, you're limited in some ways to certain rendering decisions. Pantheon is on the way to being an open, like a seamless game. It's not going to be a zoned game other than like dungeons. So there's always a balance between performance and visuals, and it is what it is. You could go back and choose a new game engine, would you? Maybe. Unity's been fantastic for so many things, but visually, yeah. I mean, visually, but see, even that though, it's like Unreal is kind of the best, right? But it's so good that even games made in Unreal are starting to look kind of like, they just have this like thing about them where it's just like, I don't know, just starting to kind of lose me a little bit. So I don't know. If anything, I just wish Unity had better support for making some of the cool things more performant. Unity just was not really designed ultimately as an MMO engine. So it struggles with some things that are that vast, which is why so much of what we've had to do to make Pantheon work and work well is like custom stuff. Like we've had to do so many of our own things and solutions to get it into a good spot. But yeah, I mean, I think animations big time are going to get a lot of mileage for us, and just kind of the game looking improved. Yeah, they do look very samey, I agree. Yes, Unity. I mean, Unity's always making good strides for sure. There are some concerning things, like they don't have really good support for like texture memory, and so you know, it's another reason why games like MMOs they struggle in Unity, because when you want to have a game that has lots of different creatures and players and lots of different armor and materials and colors, like Unity, it doesn't handle a lot of textures and memory very well. And that's something I really, really hope that I hope they keep leaning into taking their MMOs seriously enough to like really advance that part of the engine. That would be huge. But I mean, visually and their rendering is always improving, for sure. You know, and I've said this before too, but Pantheon right now, as you see it, is largely a shaderless game. This is like it's very like naked shader wise, if you could put it that way, where, you know, everything that you see is almost entirely like HDRP lit shader. Like it's just the base shader that comes with HDRP. So a lot of the really cool things that you see in games that you use, like whether it's wind or special lighting effects or like what foliage does and like atmospheric scattering and like all these things, there's a lot of that's like in shaders that we just don't have active yet. So they're just multiple little places where we still have headroom for Pantheon to continue to look better and better and better on the way to launch. And I think by the time launch comes around, even though we're dealing with some performance issues right now, I know some people specifically are, but as we continue to optimize, we're always trying to walk that line between like good looking game, but make sure people can play it. Yeah, Flea. I hear you. I hear you. Take Dagan, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the streams. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Oh, Miguel, you just joined in. Yeah, we've actually been doing combat. Well, I'm actually about to log off. Check out the VOD if you want to see combat. We did a whole lot of combat on stream today. This is not full release, no. We are in early access. We launched early access on Steam last December, and we are still in development, still on the road to 1.0. Yep. No, the pacing of the game is definitely a design choice. Yeah. I mean, yes, design choice. If we had wanted to go with a faster paced game, like a more action oriented game, yeah, I don't know that Unity would be able to handle that super duper well on this scale. Again, like if we're talking like a much smaller scale, like single player game or like mode driven game, totally different story. But on this scale, with the kind of networking that MMOs need and how other players and NPCs and effects and events and everything are updating on your client and everyone's client and with the server and all, I mean, it's there's just such a complexity that I do think it would be difficult, if not, well, I don't want to say impossible, but it would be very difficult to do something on the scale of an MMO that's very like high octane, super actiony, super fast paced. Yeah, Crowfall did it, but I mean, I don't know. It's been a while, so I probably shouldn't comment on it, but just from what I remember seeing, I feel like it was a little like doing it is one thing, but I'm talking like when people play Pantheon, for example, they comment and they notice like how well the game controls, how fluid it is, how responsive it is. And in that, as we continue to improve on that, I think that will be one of the things that stands apart about Pantheon. But to get it to feel that way, it like there's a lot of work that's gone into that, and so I'm not sure. I never played Crowfall, but I just remember from some of the footage that I saw, pulling off large scale things like that, and then being able to do it where you feel like things are responsive, your character's responsive, everything feels polished and whatnot is a different story. Yeah. I don't know how Crowfall is now. I was really sad when it ended. Another game that I had every intention to play and check out and didn't get the chance to. Just waited too long. It's gone. It's just completely gone. Okay. Yeah. I thought it sold and someone else had taken over and was trying to keep it alive, but I might be wrong. Scars of Honor is built in Unity, but they seem to be having a lot of success nonetheless. Yeah, I'm interested. So Scars of Honor is a great point, and I'm interested. Like, I don't know enough about the game. Like, is it instanced? Is it a true MMORPG? These are questions that I had meant to ask him. The creator of Scars of Honor and I we're still planning to do a stream together, just kind of like cross-pollinate, talk about the projects and whatnot, but I admittedly have not looked into it super deeply quite yet, so I'm not sure. Current UI is not final, correct? It's actually, with our next big spring update, we're going to be updating quite a bit to do with the UI, and we'll continue to do so. Yeah, it's very, very placeholder-y at the moment. Devrick, yeah, so definitely there's a quite a bit of crafting and plans for crafting in a very deep crafting system in Pantheon. And one of the goals is to make sure that crafting and adventuring or dropped quested items and crafted items have reasonable parity throughout the level range, where there should always be cases where crafted items will be better than dropped items and vice versa, depending on the level range, depending on the item. We want to try to make sure that like a zipper, right? Like you zip it all the way up, and your adventuring side and your crafting side are always like finding ways to kind of commingle with being good chase items, things you want. Yeah, 100%. Yo, you bet, Captain. Yeah, I'm excited for gnomes too. My plan is to play a gnome. Any of my caster characters, I want to play a gnome, so I'm excited about them too. Very. Like my gnome Necro. Oh, ooh. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're actually releasing the auction house as part of the spring update. Yeah. So we'll have an auction house and a mail system coming in the game. Super excited about that, by the way. No, collab stream not tomorrow. We haven't settled on a rescheduled time yet. When will you hire Jennifer English for voice acting to guarantee Game of the Year for launch? Great question, Creaky. I'll have to do some poking around on that one to see. Do you envision sea travel will be longer real-time journeys or shorter travel with zoning? Well, the world will be seamless, so traveling on the sea will be a seamless experience. And depending on where you're going, there will be player-piloted craft as well as like actual like ship ferries. So before you have your own vessel, you'll have to wait around at a dock and wait for sea travel between major continents and whatnot. But you'll eventually be able to chart your own path. Is it a sea or an ocean? Oh, it's definitely an ocean. Yep, gliders will be a thing for sure. We're not going to do flying mounts. No flying mounts in Pantheon, but we have a full freeform climbing system where you can climb just about everything, and then also gliders will be a thing for sure. Oh, show. We will have big scary fish creatures. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I fully intend for some of you to have a hard time getting in the water. Yeah. I really like the idea of having an extraction map where PvE server players could go into a select zone, and the risk is if you die, your bag items, not gear, drops. Does this concept still fit in the long-term plans to be considered? It does, yeah. Long-term plans, but yeah. Yeah, we definitely plan on circling back to that with both a PvE and a PvP mode, if you will. Arcage is the true north of how gliders should handle, and Shrouded is bad glider handling. Okay. Fair. What would be some important lessons that you've learned from past MMOs that failed? Oh, man. It's an interesting question to try and answer because, you know, we still need to launch. So I want to be humble and mindful that, like, you know, we're still in that journey. But I think I don't know. I mean, man, there's so many different angles you go with that. I mean, number one, like, it's a good, I'm trying to think a good way to say this. Don't scam people. Number one. I maybe I don't say it a lot. I feel like I do, but I have a one of the life like rules I live by is that, you know, things will come out in the light. They will. It doesn't matter how well orchestrated or deep it goes or how invincible something seems. Like, if something is wrong, if something is fundamentally wrong or off, it will come out. And so that's number one, is like, if you're getting into the game of building an MMO for a shady reason, don't do that, and don't ever do that. Because as many people that would, for example, you know, try to say something like that about our project, at the end of the day, we're still here. We're still going. Like, and at the end of the day, Pantheon will launch. And of course, the people that have spent time throughout the many, many years saying things like that, you know, they'll just move on and they won't, or they may keep saying it, who knows. But it will prove out in the end what's really going on. So I guess that's number one. Number two would be, like, one of the hardest things about developing a video game in an indie sense like this, especially in open development, is like staying true to a path. And again, as many people that would accuse Pantheon of like direction shifts or scope changes. In some cases, it's valid. Like, there have been some changes that we've made along the way. I mean, like, art styles one, you know, and there's things like climbing is one that's hilarious to me, that climbing comes up so often because it's always cited as this like like, you guys have spent so much time and resources on climbing when you should have been doing this, that, and the other, when clearly, like, there's no, like, no, we haven't. Like, how long did climbing take to implement? Like, not long. And to think that you can tack something like climbing in and on at the end and somehow have a world that, like, is coherent with, like, a climbing system, it's just, I get that some people don't care for it. Like, that's fair, that's totally valid, but there are going to be things in games that you don't like, that you don't necessarily personally resonate with. That doesn't mean that games should just not do the things that you don't personally resonate with. But to come at it from the perspective like we've spent all this time on climbing, and that's silly. So the point in that is, like, if you have something that you believe in and you feel strongly about, you just have to stick with it. You know, you can't. And sometimes that means sticking with it. And here's where these games they're so hard to make, because sometimes that means you feel really strongly about something, but it takes time to really land. You know, especially if you're trying to do something different. Like, if you're trying to build something that is in many ways just drawing from a previous game or a previous setting or a previous approach, where you're able to, like, kind of lift a lot of the math, lift a lot of the mechanic, lift a lot of the outcomes, and just know exactly how it's going to be, then you don't have to deal with this as much. If you're trying to do something that is, to some degree, fresh and different, it takes time to land on that, because you don't have a reference point that's showing you this is exactly how you do it. Like, if you do this, this, and this, it's going to feel like this, and it's going to behave like this, and it's going to work like this. So, and that's something I think that can get lost as a consumer, because you don't care about that stuff. You don't think about that stuff very much. And I think in some cases, until something really finds itself and proves itself out to be good, consumers also tend to be somewhat reductionist, where they're like, just do it like this. Just do it like that. Just, why are you trying to do this? Do it like that. But you don't get evolution when you do that. You don't actually get any kind of progress when you do that. And so there's a lot of failure points in navigating that, where you can end up being derivative because you aren't willing or aren't able to spin the cycles to land on what feels good and actually create something that is as you intend it to be and resonates. So you stop, and then you end up, you know, over time becoming too derivative. Or you can certainly, like, scope creep is a thing. Like, you can continue to add and add and add and come up with, like, wild new ideas and crazy new angles, and continue to add and add until the point where you just never get anywhere. I think in Pantheon's case, a lot of people have mistaken the time that we've been in development for, like, it's because of scope creep, and haven't realized how significant, like, a resource deficit is, like a headcount deficit is, in terms of how quickly you can move and what you can get done. So anyway, long answer, very intense question, great question. And there's a lot more to say, but I'll probably stop there, because I could just keep going forever if I didn't. Yeah. Is mob density being thought about for smaller group sizes? Yeah, absolutely. And we'll be making some tweaks come spring to some of that. You guys will see. We'll see. Sometimes I feel like you plant family members in the chat to lob me softballs. No way. Nah. I don't. I mean, I I think I get my fare of hard balls, you know, plenty often enough. Whatever that even means, you know, I don't know. Yep. Yeah, it's totally heard big time. Will climbing always be like a Spider-Man stuck to the wall, or will it be kind of like a hop and they reach to grab type animation? So we do have plans actually to revisit climbing and improve it. I mean what I'm saying in that we took a little bit of time to implement climbing and really have not revisited it since. The climbing has some bugs and some issues. There's some improvement that we need to do with like just ledge detection and obviously, you know, not getting yeeted when you release and down climbing and some of those things. But then also, yeah, like surface type, certain surfaces being more slippery or more difficult to climb than others, requiring a higher skill. Lunging and things like that on the rock, where you can like sprinting in a way you can, you know, use a chunk of endurance to like lunge, get a little bit of extra distance like that. We also want like waist high mantling, so that if you're running and you hit a rock or something that's like comes up to your waist or somewhere around there, you can just kind of like actively, you know, get up onto it quickly without having to like jump and get stuck jumping, you know, you have to stop moving and like jump and then push forward to kind of get on top of it, but you'll actually just be able to mantle up. Those are things that we're going to have eventually. Will rain impact climbing? I would like for it to, but probably not, because that's one of those things where it just I want to have and enjoy rain and weather. And I know that it feels immersive when like it's raining and you like run slower or you know, these things happen, but in reality, like what it does is the same thing that happened at nighttime, where if you make it too realistic, then you end up with people just being frustrated that it's raining, instead of being able to enjoy it. So I'd much rather do things where it like opens up opportunities to you with certain weather. So like, you know, I talked earlier about the things that's the little puddle skitter bugs that spawn when it's raining, or, you know, certain things that only grow when it's raining, or abilities that you can use while it's raining, things like that. Much more so than like penalties. People should be frustrated. I mean, to an extent, yeah, but not for that long. I don't deny that some frustration or friction is good, but if you're climbing up a wall and you're trying to get up to some friends and you happen to be like right in the middle of your climb when it starts raining and you have to stop and just wait for it to stop raining. Sometimes it rains a long time. You know? Sometimes it rains a long time. I mean, yeah, it'd be funny. You know, it'd be funny to see little Glorf, you know, sitting there on the ledge just stuck because he can't finish climbing and he's just having to wait. And he's there for 45 minutes. But, you know. Yeah, Jakal, like, I understand. But I want you to understand like how thoroughly and violently those things were rooted out. And because yeah, like you know, if that's not dealt with, you don't have a game. You don't have a game, you don't have a community, you don't have anything. So I understand, but my ask would be like, please try and have some faith that those things have been corrected. And are very, very, very important to me as well, that they are corrected and stay that way. Not a super ignorant question at all, Arhumes. There is not an in-game map currently. We do plan to have an in-game map, like a topographical map that you can open up and look at, that gives you kind of a top-down view of the area. But not a GPS map, not a mini map. It'll be something that you can refer to that helps you waymake, but not something that you just like track and follow. So we do plan to have that, but we also plan to not fully get away from, you know, having to some extent learn the world, and the map will definitely help and it will be orienting, but it won't be a fully like modern map system. Visibility, let me just say something. I want to say something very clearly. Be very mindful of how things age. Because, for one thing, when a game is new, everything's exciting. The smallest thing is exciting and fresh and new. Inconveniences, frictions are like, this is amazing. It's new. As things age, as you play a game for hundreds and thousands of hours, you have to be mindful of how friction ages, and things that seem almost like part of the magic start to become those rocks in your shoe that you get to the point where eventually, like, I'm just going to walk barefoot because I can't stand this feeling anymore. And I'm not saying that that's, I mean that's part of how you catch lightning in a bottle, right? Like, there's no guide to that. You can't just say, so therefore this or that. It just means that this is always a process of threading a needle over and over again, with decision after decision after decision. And no game's going to get it perfectly. And there are always going to be some people that resonate with things no matter what it is, in lots of different directions. So when it comes to Pantheon, like, we're doing the same thing. We are allowing for certain frictions. We are lessening certain frictions. We're even increasing certain frictions, all for the purpose of, I'll give you a perfect example. Here's a perfect example. Should players sit in combat to recover mana? I'm going to let you guys chew on that for a sec while I go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to do that. I'll be right back. And just to give you, just so no one's like sitting here going, oh crap, like what's he about to say? I absolutely think they should, to be clear, and they are going to. But I'm putting the question out there because I want you to think about that, and why might that even be something worth discussing? Like, why might that even be a question? Should players have to sit during combat to recover mana, versus a more active way of recovering mana, versus, like, look at what WoW did, right? MP5, spirit stat. You pull out a wand, you stop casting, but you can wand, you can still move, you can still be mobile if there's like a fire or some kind of AoE and you need to get out of the way. You can't cast, but you still have a way of recovering mana in combat. You have your mobility. So the question again is, like, should players have to stop moving, stop acting, stop contributing, stop doing anything, and sit still to recover mana? I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I'm also realizing that we stopped moving through the dungeon because it said I had 30 minutes, and that was like what 45, 50 minutes ago. I don't know, but I do need to wrap it up soon. But I do want to. I think this is a good thing to talk through. So, and remember, I mean, the sample size of people on this stream right now is small. If you're talking to, 500 people, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000 people, like what would that answer be, Like I said, for me, there's a reason why we do that. There's a reason why we will continue to do that. Even though you could say there's some friction there. Hey. You, Amas. What is this? Ooh. Yes. Pewter Wolffang Earring, 5 health, 5 physical crit, 5 spell crit. Sick. That's awesome. Now, the interesting thing about Pantheon is that because of the way that we are designing the game, we have the opportunity with certain classes or even certain like mastery, branch. Like, for example, if we wanted to have a healer that was more active, like active in their mana generation, and we are looking at, for example, like the Paladin, to have like a healer branch, we could do something like that for the Paladin, specifically for players who enjoy a more active playstyle, who instead of recovering mana don't want to like sit down somewhere and wait, but want to be able to do it more actively. That could fit really well with, how we're building the Paladin healer. So it's possible that we can have options for players like that, but that is an example of something that gross a healer paladin. That is an example of something where there are many, many, many things and many decisions that we make and continue to make and hold to, even though there is, it's something that has been phased out, that specifically because it adds depth to the game. It's a friction, because when you have to sit to recover mana, you have to sit still. You can't contribute. You can't move out of the way of things. If you're trying to be on the move, but your healer is low on mana, they have to rest, which means that your group as a whole is affected by it. There's a lot of like friction, but it has strategic depth. There's a kind of tension that you feel in games where you have to sit to recover, where you're depleted, you don't have anything left, and you have to like sit and be weak and just wait for that to rebuild before you can re-engage. And the kind of tension you feel with that is unique. And a lot of modern MMOs, you don't have that feeling anymore because everyone's kind of capable of keeping going. But I think there's a difference between that kind of friction that I think ages more like fine wine, where a year in, you're able to still see and appreciate, man, I love, there's not many games that have like a combat feel like this, these kind of feelings that I have in combat, where there's that tension of like, I have to be mindful of not running out of mana, because I know to get it back, I have to, this is what I have to do. That's different to me than something like you can't climb while it's raining. Because even though, again, that's friction, it's immersive, it's somewhat realistic, it's like, yeah, you could argue that there's some depth to that. Like it kind of makes, it just makes the world feel, I guess, more real. But that's where there's just some discretionary decision making to say, like, I don't think the benefit outweighs the cumulative effect of that friction. It's the same reason why in the past we used to have it where if you fell far enough, not only would you obviously take more damage, but you could like break your ankle or sprain your ankle, and it like snared you for a few minutes. And it's like on paper, in concept, that sounds okay. Like that's like, yeah, you got to be careful, don't fall. Like be careful how far you fall.
But in reality, it's like, this sucks. Because every time you go to jump off something, you're snared. And that was like back in the day when, like, you know, we were still in like early I think like PA1, PA2, something like that. And that was like our earliest like VIP audience, and most of them hated it. So it's like even more of like the really hardcore like old school crowd was like, this is not. Oh, thank you, Butt Monkey. Thanks. Yeah, I was panicking. And in a survival game, I think it's fine. Like, I don't think that in and of itself is a bad mechanic, but it's like, yeah, it's just my point overall is that, like, these games are built on thousands of decisions like that, and in many cases things that you guys aren't even aware of, where you're constantly threading these needles. And while we tend to think of these games as largely being kind of a simple, coherent, like, here's what an MMO is, all of these things are decisions that you have to make that ultimately create the game in the end. And sometimes you have to make a change to a decision a few times before you feel like you really get it right. Because so much of these games comes from playing them, you know? And playing them over time and seeing how things age, seeing how things feel 10 hours in versus 100 versus 1,000. So. Yeah, you got to find the right friction, that's right. While endeavoring to respect the player's time, because that's one of the most important bridges to a lot of people. I'm not saying that it's everybody's thing, but part of, you know, this renaissance of MMORPGs, especially classic MMORPGs like we want to see, part of it is really finding ways to respect players' time. And you know, I think you can go too far with that, where you respect players' time so much that you end up with a game that has no friction, and ends up like any other modern MMO where everything's queued and everything's fast service and whatnot. But yeah, I think there's definitely a line to walk. Yep, exactly. That's the tension we can't lose. You've just had a bad, you know, you've been in the middle of a fight. You guys have been being pretty efficient, you know, for a while, managing mana. It's a good group, whatever. You get a random ad, you get an unforeseen roamer. All of a sudden, you know, you got one or two extra mobs. You got to, you know, burn most of your resources to like finish the fight, get everything down, and you start feeling that tension of like, we have respawn soon. What are we gonna do? Like that is such a unique feeling. And it's a good feeling. It's a really good feeling. If you want to get technical, you're trying to create long uptakes of serotonin, which is the chemical in your brain that creates a sense of accomplishment, home, and ownership. Yeah. No, I understand. I understand the relationship between serotonin and dopamine. And I understand. I mean, I remember going on long kind of routes with 187 back in the day about this very thing. There's a YouTuber that spends a lot of time talking about like game logic and the effects of games on players and like different types of games, and you know, the importance of challenge, the importance of tension, the importance of like investment, and how games hit different back in the day because they were so much harder, and it was so much more difficult to experience that accomplishment and things like that. And that's not lost on me at all. I mean, it's crucial. But there is a phenomenon that happens, in my opinion, with these old school games like EverQuest, Asheron's, Ultima, all of these, and people like me, like many of you who spent the lion's share of our MMO career in those games, were there for them in the beginning, learned on them, cut our teeth on them. They are what represent MMORPGs to us. And how we view things through that lens, looking back. Because I think what the phenomenon that I find, and it happens all the time with Pantheon, is that people come so hot and heavy, like swearing that EverQuest was so much harder than it was. And there's this expectation that the game should absolutely beat you over the head dead. If you're saying you want to be a classically inspired, like EverQuest spiritual successor, then it has to be so hard, it has to be so challenging and punishing. But the reality is that while EverQuest could be at times, yes, it wasn't as punishing and challenging as often and as deeply as it seems like people remember it being. Rudely. What did we what are we missing? Is that where he found his hat? That's thankfully no. What do you mean visibility? You say it's not about punishing, it's punishing with access to outs via class abilities and other people. What do you mean by that? Give me an example. Yo, Sinner, thank you so much for the tier 1, my friend. Thank you for the 16 months of support. That's amazing. Thank you, Sinner. Progress is good. It is good. I don't own a Kobini. I have such an anemic beanie collection, meaning I have like 2 beanies. One has just ceased to exist. It has literally unraveled itself from reality. The other one I don't like. I don't like the way it fits. It's not comfortable. I used to have more. They've been lost to time. Imagine that, you know. Who would have thought? But I actually don't have a Kobini. I did check under the dog, yes. Yes. Like I've said though, like, to be clear, the nighttime for those of you that are really disappointed with like where nighttime is at right now, this was a a relatively quick pass on getting away from because another thing to keep in mind, like, every monitor is different as well, and that may sound like a cop-out or like some kind of like a whatever, but it's very true. Like, every monitor is different, everybody's experience of what's dark is different. The game I'm playing right now looks different on your monitor than it does on mine, than it does on, you know, heck of a lot of other people's, even just on the stream. So once we finally fully dial it in, because there's other lighting, you know, updates and tweaks that we want to make as well, just for the overall visuals part of the process. Whenever nighttime is finally locked in, it will not be quite this bright. And of course, when you're in shadow and when it's storming and things like that, you know, it's going to be even darker. We've talked many times about how we plan to revisit torches and light sources and make those more meaningful. And that all is still planned, still coming. And then again, like, you know, we have places that are in perpetual shadow, even though they're overland. We have places underground, of course, that are very dark and are going to require player light sources heavily. So just know that it's like, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. It's definitely something we want to do well. Thanks, Soulgator. Yeah, I can't wait for lightning strikes. That's gonna be. I'm excited about getting lightning strikes, especially being like, like actually being able to be struck by lightning. You're just trying to flashlight at the screen. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Nitsu's job, I think Pantheon's trying to take on a huge challenge, recreating the feeling of EQ is difficult. For one, when EQ was released, it was something new that we hadn't experienced. Now we have experienced those things, and creating some new yet familiar is a very tough task in an MMO. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. For sure. For sure. You know, part of Brad's desire, which was and is mine as well, and Brad did a lot to kind of implant and kind of like instill this in me, is there's two goals here. There's always been the goal of the people that grew up on and cut their teeth on early classic MMORPGs like EverQuest and its contemporaries feeling totally unrepresented for the last 2 decades, many of them. In a world where there has been WoW clone after WoW clone after WoW clone, there's never been like, hey, let's actually use EverQuest as our come from. So he was huge on those, and he called them like orphans, basically, or like MMORPG orphans that have not had a home. And his passion was also, and mine also, is there are so many people who would love a classic MMORPG, who are either too young to have ever to even have like a notion of it, or just for whatever reason never played it. And his passion was like, I want more people who have never been able to experience or enjoy a game like this to do it. And that's a lot of like I mean, those are, to use a Pantheon Dwarven reference, that's the ice and stone that Ryfeld, you know, brought and causes fused to create the dwarf. Like that is the MMO orphan and the kind of uninitiated don't realize that they would rabidly love classic MMORPG and wanting to see the overall population of people who understand and love and appreciate it, classic MMORPGs combined. And that's why I always harp on this, like, this balance, this fusion, this path of like, what's the DNA of EQ that and these classic games that made them so special, and what did WoW bring to the table that made it to where more people played MMORPGs in general? What are the things that kind of smoothed some of the rough edges and made it a more palatable experience? Even more important now is, you know, we're 20 years into like modern gaming. How do those two things blend? And I think there's something really special there. What's a classic MMORPG to me? Well, it's a few things. It is, and in no particular order, it's an open world experience. So one of the main things I think that separates a classic MMORPG experience is a shared world. Modern MMOs are so compartmentalized into modes of play that most people that play modern MMOs don't ever leave the city. They just queue up for things. They queue up for dungeons, they queue up for raids, they queue up for PvP, they queue up for everything, and they just stand around. There's no exploration, there's no travel, there's no anything. So I think that's the first thing. Actually having like real interactions with other players, contested content, contested areas, being pushed away from what you want to do, that feeling of like, oh, I can't go to this dungeon because there's people here. What do? Well, you go somewhere else. Like, you go out into the world, you adventure, you find something, you go and see what's there to do. Like, that's number one. Number two, I think modern MMOs are overrun with, I mean, this is somewhat related, but they're overrun with convenience. They are engines of, like, they are smoothing engines. So when we talk about like friction, classic MMORPGs obviously were full of friction. Classic games were full of friction. You only had 3 lives when you played Nintendo games. There were no, there was nothing easy. There was nothing safe. You just died a lot, and you saw game over a lot. And D&D and, I mean, yeah, Game Genie helped, but D&D and MUDs and early, RPGs and MMOs, they were still like more connected to that era than modern games are now connected to the post. Like, now it's all about like infinite lives, continues, like there's no penalty, like everyone gets a trophy, that kind of stuff. And I think so classic games are games that they pull much less punches. They are comfortable with things like penalties and missing out and failing. So I think that's definitely part of the classic MMORPG. Now, how much? Obviously, that's some of what we've been discussing today. Like, how much of that should apply? There's a range there that some people want more friction, want more pain, more punishment, more than others. But that's definitely a part of it for sure. And I think, again, a lot of these are interrelated, but classic MMORPGs were much more founded on a principle of like a social experience where the other players in the world really mattered. I mean, by the time I finished playing WoW, which was, basically like, I don't know, a quarter of the way into Cataclysm, other players, not only with like Dungeon Finder and Raid Finder and all that stuff, not only did I stop really feeling connected to my server or the notion of like other people that were inhabiting the world with me, but even in the encounters that I did and the content that I did, it was so fast and it was so soulless that like there was just no interactivity at all. And so very quickly you saw that social aspect starting to be chipped away at. So I think classic MMORPGs bring back a sense of like, you need other players. You even if you are soloing, like the sense that like you learn people around you, you're aware, like people run over to help you. You know, see the same players going to and fro. I mean, I'll never forget like leveling up in EQ and like being around the same level as this other cleric. I think I've told this story before, where there was like this one other cleric I remember on a new server that, because I'm a who all goblin, like I'm constantly like doing like who all and like seeing like what level people are and how many people there are and like what's the highest level cleric, you know, and all that stuff. And I was like connected and watching this other cleric who I was keeping pace with him, and I don't remember why, but I just remember I think it was an alt thing. I think I like got sucked away on my cleric to play a necromancer, and did that for a while, and then was like, I really want to get back, because I started seeing things. I started seeing like monks running around looking like a dark elf and being like, what the crap, like how dark elves can't be monks, how is there a monk? I remember seeing this like dark elf monk doing the intimidate skill loop into like the flying kick, just standing there right on the other side of the Oasis zone line, and just being in awe and like, what's happening here? How is he doing like flying kicks in the air with no NPCs around? Why does he look like a dark elf? All this stuff. And then I started seeing players, this is on a new server, so I was starting to see players get to the point where they were doing like 30 plus content, getting Guise of the Deceiver, getting plate mail. And then I started to be like, oh crap, why did I stop playing my cleric? Because I could have been there, like I could have been part of this. So I went back to my cleric, and by the time I did, I checked on that other guy again, and he was like in his mid-20s, high 20s. I finally got my cleric to the point where I was able to do Khazak Thul and was sitting in the courtyard just trying to level, while this dude was in the throne room getting Rubicite. And so I share that story. I mean, I'll stop it there, because the point here is to say like that kind of like player awareness, that kind of like social awareness and shared experience is a hallmark of classic MMORPGs that new games don't have as much or in the same way. Those are some of the ways that I define a classic MMO. Those are some of the things that we are painstakingly working to try and capture. It will never be the same in the sense that it won't hit you the same way, but it absolutely, I think there absolutely is a power of evoking the same general sense of like, okay, this feels like home again. Like I feel like I'm in my element again. And I think that's where we ultimately want to be, you know? I don't think anybody's looking to like, I am going to experience EverQuest again like I did from the very beginning. I don't think anybody really feels that way. But I think you can get really close. And I certainly think these kinds of games should be doing their best to get us as close as we can. Yeah, people randomly buffing you and stuff like that, and 100% those social drive-by buffs, dumpster diving, like these things. And I know some of these things aren't quite present in Pantheon yet. Dumpster diving is a big one. But but that's where we're headed. I mean, that is the design DNA that we are working to build. Another nod to classic MMORPGs right here. Yeah, Raikkonen, 100%. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gotta say, I have 2 boys now, and they couldn't get into tab targeting since playing with action combat like Elden Ring, Soul-like games. Yeah, I understand. I definitely think it will be, you know, the tab targeting style. But again, I mean, that's another decision where it's like there are going to be things that we do that really lock us into an old school framework. And I don't know if my kids are going to play it. I'd love for them to, but I don't know if they will. I don't know that they would. I mean, my oldest is 15. So, and I raised him on like classic NES, and we went through the whole, I didn't start him on Fortnite right out of the gate. We started with classic NES, and I didn't unlock a new system for him until he had spent enough time on one where I felt like he was ready and he would appreciate it. And even as careful and as thoughtful and loving and painstaking as I was to go through this process with him, it's like, it's just a different generation, different culture, different. So we'll see. Nice, Kurgan. That's cool. That's cool. Yo, Slam. That's awesome. I love that you're still checking in. That's awesome. That's my hope, and I'm confident, and I'm encouraged to know that like there are a lot of people that are just checking in. They're checking in from time to time, seeing how things are shaping up, and we have a big spring update coming up, and it's our first since we launched EA. It's our first like full wipe, so it's going to be a big moment. But more importantly, there's like it's a massive update. There are a ton of new systems and updates. Auction house coming in, mail system, the classes like 1 to 50 class kits and class progression for each class. The mastery system. There's going to be lots of itemization updates. We've got a brand new like huge like zone content area coming in. It'll be a really good time to check in, and if not, jump in and play. Yeah, games in EA now. It is. Yeah, we launched in early access last December, so still on our march to 1.0. But yeah, we are soundly in the early access phase. Spring, what counts as spring? Spring is spring. Yeah, spring is spring. I look forward to when I can say more. Well, yeah, I don't expect gamers to be anything but pessimistic. That's just the world we live in. Yeah. Will there be any more info about the spring update prior to its release, or will it mostly just be an announcement? No, there's going to be lots of updates. So we plan to roll out lots of like We've talked about like the class updates that are coming up, the mastery for the classes. We'll be doing like deeper dives into, things like the auction house and the mail system and stuff like that, how it's all going to work. So yeah, there'll be lots of info. Plus we'll have the public test round coming up where, it'll be a place you guys can actually like experience these things hands-on. Because I'm wrong. I mean, the good news is I am going off of what I am being told by our project management. I'll say that. So, I mean, obviously I have insight into that, but no, I mean, I feel good about it. I do. Not that we can talk freely about yet, Nidsedge. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, and Slam, if you are interested in kind of like what are the things that are coming in the spring update, in December, this past December, we did quite a few dev blogs on the systems that are coming up. You can check on Discord, you can check on the Pantheon site and read up on all those. There's quite a few. I think there's like 9 dev blogs that we did. We did an AMA on the new official Pantheon Reddit, where we went into a little bit more detail about some of it. But yeah, I would definitely start there and just kind of like get a sense of everything that's coming in the spring. Hell levels... Wait, what? What are we arguing about hell levels? Hell levels in EQ definitely were there right from the beginning. When are you going to have more information about crafting and other world building skills? Good question. I don't know. I don't know when we're planning on doing any like info release about that. I know it's part of the plan. It's part of the plan of like the comms plan leading up to it to put out some stuff, but I'm not sure when. Hell levels in EverQuest were these unintended, with the way the experience tables were set up, they were these unintended levels, level 30, 35, 40, and 45. And those were the levels, guys. Those were the levels. Everybody, it's the weirdest. I don't know if it's like one of those, what is that called? What's it called? Was it Mandela effect or whatever? I don't know. I don't know why every time this comes up, I think every single level there is has been cited by people as saying like 37 was a hell level. Oh man, I remember level 43. That was a hell level. It was 30, 35, 40, and 45. Those were the hell levels pre-50. And there was something with the way the experience formula and the tables and everything happened where those levels were like... what I don't remember is like what magnitude, but you needed like significantly more experience for those 4 levels to complete the level than you did for other levels. Yeah, easily 3 times as much. It was like a crazy, you hit it and you're like, oh my gosh. And then yes, level 54 and level 59, all of 50 plus was much slower. Like they were all much slower, but level 54 and 59 in particular were like kind of like 50 plus hell levels. They were awful, crazy. But then the cool thing was once you got on the other side of it, I remember like finally getting through 30, hitting level 31, and then you kill one thing and you're like, oh my gosh, like you feel like you almost get like a half of a bubble, you know? It was so fast. So it was this unintended, but in a way kind of like endearing like thing that they didn't fix for a while. And it was just kind of one of these one of the things that we remember. But oh yeah, I definitely remember hell levels. You recall 54 being the worst hell level? I think 59 numerically was worse, but I think because 59 was the last one, I think it just felt different. 54 felt awful because it was like I'm not even halfway, and it was just. So I think it definitely felt worse than 59 for sure. Wasn't also because they usually coincided with a level before a good spell upgrade. No, there wasn't like a level before, but I remember level 34 for a lot of classes was like a really stacked spell level. Really stacked. And so you still had some levels to go. Because I know for like the casters and priests and casters had different upgrade levels. Like casters went like 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. And then they went to 29. And priests were different. Priests were 5, 9, 14, 19, 24, 29. So they had a different progression on the way up. But then once you hit 29, they went to the same level. So level 34 for a caster and level 34 for a priest were both usually pretty stacked. And level 39 was the same way, because remember level 39 is when you got your last like spell effect visual upgrade. So level 39 was also a big one. That's when you started seeing like your blue sparkles and stuff come out. And then 44 and 49. I mean 49 obviously was huge, but so yeah, you're right in the sense that it wasn't like the next level, but it was like the next spell level was always really good at that point. Those levels. What's happening over at that bush by the road? Oh, we don't talk about that. Yeah, we don't even talk about that. Yeah. It's too bad internet archives don't match your memories. Are you talking to me? Because I will throw down on this point. Just let me play. What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? Because I'll way back this thing right now. I'll Caster's Realm this thing right now. No, 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 no. They were not an urban myth. No. 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 Dude, going back to Caster's Realm as it was. Oh my goodness. Feels. Anyway, I'm not gonna get lost in this rabbit hole right now, because it is a rabbit hole. But that was worth it just to get the Caster's Realm feels again. Yeah. So here's the deal. It's time. I need to sign off for today. I've actually got some work on Fairtale that I need to do today. So I'm gonna go do that after I get some food. But this was awesome. Good stream. We're still going on our hardcore run. We made it to level 10 today. Full group experience in Goblin Caves. No deaths. Very, very, very happy with the progress. Also, great chats, guys. Great conversations. Appreciate you being here. Continuing to be excited about what we're doing. And looking forward to next time. Looking forward to next time. I don't know. Feels kind of weird, like having streamed every day last week, and then this week we're 2 days in. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do another stream this week yet. I don't know. If I do, it will probably be Friday, but there's a chance I might not do another one this week, just with how busy things are. And particularly this week with some of the things that we're trying to get done. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know if so. If not, I will definitely be back again on Monday. That is faux show. But regardless, if I see you on Friday or see you Monday, until then, guys, thanks so much. Have an awesome rest of your waking time. And until I see you again, adios, my friends. Take care. See you soon.